Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, members and officers. Welcome to the Planning Committee, and I believe, Councillor Smith, this is the first time you've attended in that capacity, so welcome. In the interest of safety, if the continuous fire alarm sounds, please evacuate the room and the public gallery by the stairwells. Do not attempt to use the lifts. Please assemble at Queen Victoria's statue in front of the civic offices. In order to comply with the Portsmouth Cultural Trust Fire Marshal's regulations, please remember to sign out when you leave the building after today's meeting. For those of you who have not attended this meeting before, I will explain the running order for this afternoon. After the committee members have declared their interests and agreed the minutes of the previous meeting, I will announce each item and ask those of you who are here to make a deputation to come and sit at the table. After the planning officer has made the presentation for the application, individual deputies will have 6 minutes to express their views, and joint deputies will have 12 minutes between them to make their views known. After which, you will take no further part in the proceedings unless we need to ask a question to clarify a statement that has been made. Members will then ask questions, make comments, and the decision on the application will be made. Both members of the committee and members of the public are reminded of the need to consider material planning matters and not to refer to any personal information about other members of the public. May I draw everyone's attention to the fact that this meeting will be live streamed from a camera at a fixed location at the back of the meeting room, right at the back, and will be recorded on the Council's website. The camera will mainly capture the backs of those making deputations, but there will be some footage of those making deputations as they approach and leave the table, where the microphones are located, and of people entering or leaving the room while the meeting is in progress. Members of the press and public are also permitted to record the meeting on the understanding that it neither disrupts the meeting nor records those stating explicitly that they do not wish to be recorded. Finally, may I ask everyone to use the microphones provided when they're speaking. The button is the one on the right-hand side. I think it would also be useful if, for the benefit of members of the public, we went around and introduced ourselves, who we are, why we are here, and what we do. To start off, I'm the chairman, I am Councillor Hugh Mason, and I'm a councillor for St Jude Ward.
My name is Kieran Laven and I'm the planning solicitor.
Lisa Gallagher from Democratic Services.
Judith Smythe, I'm a councillor for St Jude Ward and Vice Chair of the Planning Committee.
Councillor Jeanette Smith, I'm Baffin's Ward councillor, also Cabinet Member for Resources.
Councillor Lynn Stagg, also councillor for Baffin's Ward and Cabinet Member for Transport and Traffic and Transportation.
Councillor Steve Pitt, Central Southsea Ward, Cabinet Member for Culture, Leisure and Sport.
Claire Udy, councillor for Charles Dickens Ward.
Luke Stubbs, Eastern Carringswater Ward.
Councillor Donna Jones, Conservative Group Leader and Councillor for Hilsey Ward.
Ken Alcombe, Drayton and Farlington Ward.
Alan Banting, Planning Team Leader.
Jane Thatcher, Planning Officer.
Claire Upton-Brown, Head of Planning.
I will not ask members of the public to repeat those, but I hope you now know who we are and where we come from. The second item on the agenda is declarations of members' interest. Do I have any declarations? Councillor Donna Jones.
Thank you, Chair. I have declarations in items 10 and 11, both in relation to the D-Day landing craft being sighted at the D-Day Museum on Clarence Esplanade, because I'm a trustee of the National Museum of the Royal Navy, who are the joint appliquees, and also item 13, the Queen's Hotel, in that in my previous role as leader of the council, both Claire Upton-Brown and myself worked extensively with the developers on this particular scheme, and particularly around the viability testing, and I think it would be difficult for me to today vote without a predetermined position.
Thank you. I assume, therefore, you will be leaving the meeting for those two items. Councillor Udy.
A note on item 13, the Queen's Hotel. Before I was a councillor, I still am a campaigner, but not in the capacity that I am now. I did campaign against the viability assessments on the Queen's Hotel development, but I don't see any particular interest. I'm here to read the facts of everything here today, and yeah, thanks.
It's a late apology rather than an interest, which is at 4 o'clock. It's the first meeting of the King's Theatre Trust, which I've been appointed to. And because it's the first meeting, I think I'm going to have to be present for that, and so we'll have to leave this meeting early.
On that, I would ask you to give my apologies. As another trustee, I have sent my apologies in, but make sure they're given. I might see you in Porters afterwards.
Thank you, Chair. I, as the Cabinet member, had to approve the work around LCT, and therefore it's pretty obvious that I've got an interest in it, albeit not a pecuniary one, and I'm also given a deputation on those items anyway.
You'll, of course, have to leave the room after giving your deputation.
Thank you for reminding me.
We now come to the minutes of the meeting held on the 25th of July. We'll go through them first for accuracy. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8. I can then sign them as a matter as being an accurate record of the meeting. Agreed. Thank you very much, Councillor Stumps. And are there any matters arising which need to be brought to our attention? No? Thank you very much indeed. So I will sign these, and I will ask the Mr. Upton-Brown to give an update on previous planning applications.
Chair, there is no update on applications for this afternoon's meeting.
We therefore now come to the substantive items. The first item we have, item number 1. I suppose before saying that, I had better say that for various operational reasons, I am going to take item 4 before item 3. So, item number 1, number 2, Raglan House, 4 Clarence Parade, Southsea. Will Mrs. Margaret Patter, Ms. Juliet Scott, and Mr. Rule please come to the table? Thank you very much. Okay. You can hand them out. They then become, anything you hand out becomes the property of the committee. I'd like a copy here, yes please. Can I have the officer's introduction?
Good afternoon. The application seeks retrospective planning permission for the installation of replacement external staircase. It is noted the application was deferred from a planning committee at its meeting on the 25th of July last month for further information relating to the purpose of the staircase, for information regarding building regulations, and to see if an alternative position could be accommodated. Before I read out the update, I'll just recap on the application itself. The application site relates to Flat 2, which occupies ground and first floors within a large 3-storey terrace property located to the north-east of Clarence Parade, facing onto Southsea Common. The rear of the property abuts Auckland Road West. The property is also located within the seafront conservation area. That's the property site there and there. This is the principal elevation of the property facing onto Southsea Common. These pictures show the previous staircase that was in place and was granted permission in 1994 when the property was converted into flats. These plans show the position, scale and size of the previous staircase. You can see it had a steeper gradient and no midway platform and stopped before the window of flat 1. These plans show the new staircase that has been in place since December. It has the same height and width as the previous staircase. However, the depth of the staircase has now increased by 1.2 metres towards the rear and now includes a midway platform which provides a more gentle gradient. There you go. These pictures illustrate the relationship with Flat 2 to Flat 1. Flat 1 occupies the ground and Flat 2, there's the staircase. And you can see the relationship with the stairs to the bedroom window of Flat 1 there, and more clearly in that picture. This picture was taken inside the bedroom of Flat 1. You can see it is a non-obscured, non-opening window, and it is a secondary window to a bedroom. There is another one on the rear elevation. As stated earlier, the application was deferred. Since then, Building Control Partnership has confirmed that a regulation application was received in December 2018. Building Control has confirmed that if the stairs had been replaced like for like, then the works would not have required building regulation approval, as the works would have treated as a replacement staircase. Therefore, a like for like replacement could have been carried out. However, this is not the application that has been presented for consideration. Conversely, to change the material design of the stairs would require an application. With the submission of such an application, Building Control would have considered the construction and would have, where possible, tried to get compliance. In this instance, the building regulations application was submitted after works had been completed. Building Control would have, in this instance, assessed purely that it was no worse than the existing situation. Building Control has confirmed that neither staircase would strictly comply with building regulations due to the existing relationship with windows. However, given that an existing staircase was in place for many years, due weight must be given, and Building Control would not wish to raise concern regarding that matter. Whilst the information relating to building regulations requirements provides information to the Planning Committee, the planning application must be considered on its own merits. The committee needs to consider the acceptability of the application before them and whether planning permission should be granted for its proposal. It is also further noted the staircase is a secondary means of access for the sole use of Flat 2 Raglan House for Clarence Parade. All other matters are covered in the committee report, and for the reasons set out, the recommendation is for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now come to the deputations. Mrs. Patter.
Do you want to repeat what was your attention?
It was some time ago, and there has been a slight change to the personnel in the committee, so it would be useful for you to make your deputation as you wish. You have 6 minutes.
Okay, thank you. In November 2017, I had a conversation with Mrs. Karen Raw regarding the replacement of the fire escape from her first floor residence to her rear garden, and was reassured that the replacement would not be a lot different to the stairs that were being removed, and that it would be more or less like for like. To my horror, I come home from work just before Christmas 2017 to observe a steel staircase running inches away and right across one of my main bedroom windows. And can I also point out that it was said that that's a secondary window. They're both, the other one's not much bigger than that. And I'm in a basement, and light's really important. It transpired that Mr and Mrs Rule had not applied for planning permission for the removal of the fire escape and its replacement with a more elaborate staircase, and were asked by the planning department to put in retrospective planning application in January 2018. Consent was never obtained from the freeholder, and this was a freehold alteration, and I myself never received a Certificate B until the 26th of June 2018, 6 months too late. This was because Mrs Rule claimed to be the sole owner of 4 Clarence Parade rather than the leaseholder and filed a Certificate A. Also, the plans which had been submitted originally are incorrect in that the window to my property was not shown. The plan is therefore deceptive since it has been made to appear that there is no problem, when you will see that it intrudes upon my light, my outlook and enjoyment of my property. The original fire escape ran from the first floor but ended before it reached my bedroom window and only covered a small corner part of my bedroom wall. As the top of the fire escape ran along my hall wall, which is a heavy supporting wall, so there was little noise impact. The new staircase does allow a lot more overlooking of my courtyard, as you can see from the photographs supplied, but my major objection, apart from the terrible overlooking and loss of light of my bedroom, is the level of noise generated. The window is only single glazed. I can not only see people's feet walking down the staircase, but can hear them as well, as if they are actually in my bedroom. The footfall on the steel aluminium makes a loud metallic thudding noise, but what makes it worse is when people run down the stairs, the whole staircase vibrates and shakes. The sound goes right across my bedroom wall. My bedroom wall is only single skimmed and offers very little noise insulation. The rear access is used by Mr and Mrs Rule and other family members as one of their main entrance and exit now because of the ease of use of the larger staircase. Also, their garage is at the rear, so the noise is constant. This happens at all hours of the day and night. I have often been woken up early in the morning by someone running down the stairs, or by Mrs Rule, which I realise she can't help this, down the stairs in high heels. As I suffer from rheumatoid arthritis, my sleep patterns are somewhat erratic because of pain. I've been woken up at 7 in the morning, having only got to sleep at 4. At one occasion, I was woken at 5 in the morning when suitcases were being dumped down the staircase and the family were calling out to each other. Very late one night, someone foul parked down the staircase, making a terrible crashing sound. I was waking up with a jolt out of my sleep when this happened, with my heart banging in my chest. I have read that Mr and Mrs Rule support their applications with the argument that replacement stairs support better level of health and safety. I find this contradictory, as the only thing stopping a foot or an object coming into my bedroom if someone slipped or something was dropped is a single pane of glass. I have been promised that this will be reporting to building regulations, and now I'm aware that that's happened. I have inquired about double glazing for this window, but was told by 2 glaziers now that the stairs are so close to my window that it will be very difficult, if not impossible, to do. Also, as the window is a bespoke arch window, the property, as you know, is in a conservation area, that it would be extremely expensive, as there are only 2 companies in the UK which supply such double glazing. In my opinion, this would have been avoided if Mrs Rule had followed the correct procedure from the get-go, and we could have compromised, we could have had a discussion, and we would have all been happy. I don't want to stop them from enjoying their property, and I understand that they bought a property with a lovely rear garden, but I don't see as it should be done at my expense. I will have to have that, if this goes ahead, I'll have to have that room soundproofed. There's no 2 ways about that. And I will have to lose that window, because it's only single glazed, and how can you soundproof a single piece of glass? If not, go ahead, at least try and find someone who can actually double glaze it. And that's all I've got to say at this moment.
Mrs Scott?
Thank you. I'm here to try to provide the committee with a little bit of clarity from my position as a resident in this property since 2013. So I therefore lived there for a long time with the previous owners and the certain noise levels and so on that I experienced previously. I'd like to start by saying that I believe this is maybe a case of buyer beware. Ms. Patter purchased a basement property in conditions that weren't actually perhaps realistic, because the previous owners left the property for about 6 months, so that we had an empty middle, if you like. I'm on the 3rd floor on the top, she's on the bottom, and that middle flat was empty for 6 months, so obviously there was no noise at all. I can report from my previous experience that flat 2, the previous owners, did use the rear access stairs. They are not a fire escape. I personally cannot access them, so if there was a fire I would have to get out by other means. The previous owners used the rear access stairs to flat 2 every day, every single day, created quite a lot of clanging due to the rustiness of the old staircase. It was not on occasion, it was every day that they used those staircase. I never met them in the hall because they did not use the front entrance to our property. In terms of the steep gradient, I had occasion to use those stairs. I also suffer from arthritis, interestingly, and I was not able to use those staircase. So in terms of health and safety, I've tried them now, I can actually use them. In terms of overlooking, I see everything. I see Ms. Patter's courtyard, I see Mr. and Mrs. Rule's garden, because the flats, I believe there are photographs showing how much we are all overlooked. We live in a town, and there are also flats to the right and left at numbers 1 and 2 who also overlook the whole garden and courtyards. Yeah, in terms of the fact that it's a main exit, the previous owners always used their garage because they had 2 cars and used them all the time, so it was their main entrance and exit using the stairs. In terms of noise at night, having also suffering from arthritis and having bad sleep, I am fully aware of how much noise there is in our property, and I can definitely say there is less than before. As far as soundproofing goes, the only thing I could suggest is I know from experience that the basement flat is very large for a basement flat. It's a 2-bedroom flat, and I believe that if there was a problem, there could be perhaps a different use made if that was of interest to the person concerned. But I can certainly say that it's a large property. I don't believe I have anything more useful to contribute to this meeting, apart from my experience as a long-term resident.
Thank you very much. And we now come to the 3rd deputation on this, Mr. Rule.
Good afternoon. As Ms. Patter said, we purchased the property in October 17 after around about 7 months of negotiations, so it was actually empty in that time. The first issue was the rear stairs were they were a danger. People even slipped down them. They were too steep. They were old. They were made of cast iron, and the foot plates were actually aluminium anyway, so it was metal on metal. They were the previous stairs. If you can see the pictures, that's what they were made out of. You can see the aluminium stairs there anyway. The position of them were as you'd go past the arched window anyway, so there would be shadows caused by people dropping down those stairs. So I don't think there's a huge amount of change. The reason why the platform was put in there was for safety, and the stairs had to be made longer just in order to conform with regulations because of that steepness. They weren't happy to put the same steepness of stairs in there. With regards to the access of these stairs, the access is made by us to go into our garden. We only have 1 vehicle in the garage. The other 2 vehicles are on the street at the front. So it's not our main entrance in any way, shape or form, because what I've done is actually moved a lot of my bikes into my garage, because that's what I do a lot of training, in order to minimise the noise, and I'll show you the pictures later on, to Mrs. Patter while she's sleeping, and convert one of the car parking spaces into my training place in the garage. So that's with the noise issue. As with the main windows, with the handout that I've given you, you can probably see on picture number 3 that it shows the rear access of the stairs in conjunction with the bedroom. You can see the arched window to the right, marked in the red arrow, and the main window at the back. So it's a much larger window at the back because it's a square window. That window there, both of them have also got plantation shutters in them. I would say, in my opinion, that having plantation shutters within your window would make more of a obscuring of the light than not having anything there at all, and the stairs that go across. We've tried to minimise that with the design. They are not wider, they are the same ones, they just come out further within my garden to increase the safety on those stairs. If you have a look later on in picture number 4 and number 5 of the handout I gave you, the small room to the left-hand side is actually my bike store. It's a store that adjoins directly onto the single-skin wall of Mrs. Patter's bedroom. In there I've got, as you see I've shown you, I've got my bikes in there, but I don't use my training equipment. I'm a triathlete, so I train all through the winter on turbo trainers, which make quite a lot of noise. I've now moved them into my garage and given up one of my parking spaces because I don't want that in there at the evening making any noise. So I've had nothing there, I've kept everything away from that window, and I minimise my entry into there. So I'm trying to be as conscientious as I can with this. The issue with the stairs are they were dangerous. I couldn't have them there, they're for my safety, and they had to be replaced. And all I want is access into my garden with regards to that.
Thank you very much. Before we come to the questions from members of the committee, I would remind them that although this is a retrospective application, you are required to deal with it as ab initio, as if it were a new application. So, for something which was totally new. Having reminded that, are there any questions from members, please? Councillor Stagg.
Thank you, Chair. Did building regulations require this particular style of stairs, replacing the older ones?
Okay, so we consulted with a... sorry.
The question is to the officer. If we need to ask you questions, we will ask you specifically, but as is normal in such circumstances, members who make people who make a deputation rather than take part in the debate. Thank you very much.
This application was retrospective. Building control hadn't seen this. It came in after it had been done, so they weren't consulted on what was required.
Can I follow that with... so if building regulations had been consulted, would you have recommended or said that this type of staircase had to replace the existing one? This style?
Building control consider that if a like-for-like replacement was done, it would not require building regulations. Conversely, to change material design would require an application for building control.
But would the original style of staircase be applicable today? Would building regulations support that today?
As stated in the report, a like-for-like replacement could have been carried out.
I think that the question is more specific than that. It is asking whether what was there was conformable with current building regulations.
Again, in the report, Building Control has confirmed that neither staircase would strictly comply with building regulations due to a relationship with existing windows.
Councillor Pitt.
For a bit of clarity then, what they're actually saying is they didn't like what was there, they wouldn't have approved it being there in the first place, but because it was there, if they've replaced it like for like, it could have been done, that could have happened, yes.
Councillor Jones.
I wonder if the head of planning could confirm if any of these questions are relevant and part of our decision today, because surely it's around PCS 23, which is around design and conservation, and not about building control standards, because that's out of our jurisdiction.
In terms of your decision as a planning committee, it is on the planning merits of the scheme.
Other questions from members? Okay, then we come to members' comments. Councillor Jones.
Thank you very much, Chairman. You know, this is not a straightforward application because there is an impingement to someone else's property, but based on what we've got here, PCS 23, design and conservation, it clearly is a better staircase than before. It looks nicer. It's in accordance with the Seafront Master Plan and the fact that this is a conservation area. We've got absolutely no grounds whatsoever to refuse this application based on the relevant policy, PCS 23. However, and I may be overstepping the mark slightly, to Mrs. Patter, I totally get your position. I think it's civil law. It's not planning law, unfortunately. There is one relevant policy, which is planning and conservation, and you might want to go and speak to a solicitor. That's completely up to you. But as far as we're concerned today, I'm happy to propose the officer's recommendation because there are no grounds to refuse it.
Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Elcombe. Yeah. Have I ever stopped you, Councillor Elcombe?
Well, thank you. I am happy to second the recommendation, and I obviously equally have concerns for Mrs. Patter and the noise. This committee, and I appreciate there are one or two different members to the July meeting, went through all these issues thoroughly last month and discussed all these various points, and I think the only matter that was relevant was the window that the stair runs by, which, as we've seen, has got a shutter on it, and okay, it's single glazed, but something could be done about that. And the noise, and I think, you know, without any sort of padding of some sort, whether some sort of sticky back stuff could be put on it to dull the noise, I don't know, but obviously what's there now is a better link to building control records or permissions than what was there before. So I second it.
Councillor Pitt.
I agree with Councillor Jones and also share the concern for Mr. Patter. It's an unfortunate situation. As Councillor Jones quite rightly said, though, the issue we asked for deferral last time was around some clarity around the building control situation and whether that would have any impact on whether or not we were actually granting planning permission for something that would then have to be removed, or, you know, so we weren't doing something that was daft. It appears that we're not, because they would have no say either way, and therefore the committee has to go, whatever we think, by the material planning considerations of this matter, and Councillor Jones is correct that there are no material grounds for turning it down, and therefore it will be foolish of the committee to do so.
Any other comments? Councillor Smythe.
Just as a comment and for clarity, I mean, I think it must be extremely unpleasant for Mrs. Patter to have the staircase outside her window and the noise considerations, which would be similar with the alternative staircase. It wouldn't eliminate the noise. I actually understood the building regulations to say that neither staircase would be ideal, and that indeed the relationship to the window was a material consideration for them. Could we have clarity on that point, please? I think the other reason we asked it back was that we weren't sure whether it was part of the fire escape for the development, and what we've now heard, and thank you, is that it isn't part of a fire escape system for the building. But clearly Mr. will want to get access to his garage and his garden.
Okay, that's the one specific question.
It is a secondary means of access for sole use of flat 2 Raglan House. It is not a fire escape for a property.
Yes.
Building control has confirmed that neither staircase would strictly comply with building regulations due to a relationship with existing windows. However, given that an existing staircase was in place for many years, due weight must be given and building control would not wish to raise concern regarding that matter.
Does that satisfactorily answer your question, Councillor Smythe?
I think it's slightly equivocal advice, and I think it makes our decision more difficult.
Members, you have a proposition from Councillor Jones before you, seconded by Councillor Elcombe. Those in favour of that proposition, please indicate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those to the contrary? 2. Those who are abstaining? 1. Okay. Planning permission is therefore granted. I trust Mrs. Patter, Mr. Rule and Ms. Scott that any personal concerns which you may have between you may be sorted out amicably, and that it may be possible to come to an amicable solution to what is quite clearly a problem which has exercised all three of you quite considerably. Thank you, however, for your attendance. We now come to item 2 on our agenda, which is 83 High Street, Cosham. Can I have Mrs. Hayward and Miss Laura Grimmerson to the table, please? Thank you very much. Can we have the officer's report?
The application is for a change of use from bank in Class A2 to hot food takeaway in Class A5. The application site relates to a two-storey property located to the east side of High Street, Cosham. The ground and first floors are currently empty and it was previously in use as a bank, HSBC. The site is located within the primary area of Cosham District Centre as identified by policy PCS8 of the Portsmouth Plan. You can see there is the site on High Street, and round the back is Dorking Crescent there. Okay. This shows the principal elevation of the site facing onto High Street. It is noted a separate application for advertisement consent was granted in May 2018 for the related signage. In terms of the principle of development, PCS8 states that at least 55% of the primary frontage must be in A1 use. The existing premises had an A2 use, and therefore there would be no alteration of the current A1 use. A site visit also identified several other A1 uses in the area, including patisserie, hairdressers, newsagents, charity shop, clothes boutique. On that basis, it's considered there is not a concentration of A5 uses. Lastly, as stated earlier, the site is currently vacant, and it's considered a proposal would bring back life to an empty shop. This picture shows the rear of the property, and it shows the large yard to the rear, which was previously used for car parking in conjunction with the bank. You also notice the site has a rather high parapet wall there to the rear. This photo shows the site's relationship to the rear, which abuts Dorking Crescent. This is the site here, the means of entry there to the site, and these properties are facing Dorking Crescent. Again, this just shows it looking at another direction. There's the site at the end with the hedge. So these proposed floor plans show that first floor would be used as a staff area, toilet, staff room, etc. Ground floor would provide a service area to the front and kitchen facilities to the rear. That's the proposed front elevation. As I said, signage has been considered in a separate application. To the rear, there would be minimal changes. The most noticeable one would be the introduction of a flue, which would terminate 1 metre above the soffit. The grills and condensing unit would be hidden behind the parapet wall. All other matters are set out in the committee report for members to study, and subject to conditions, the recommendation is for approval. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs Hayward, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you. I'm speaking on behalf of specific residents, 85A High Street, 11A 5761 Dorking Crescent. The 6-minute time allowance is very tight for me. I'm going to speak very fast. And to try and comply, I've printed out copies of what I'm saying today because I think this is too serious not to be considered. We do not feel the Planning Committee report adequately covers our objections other than a brief listing under representations, which we feel serves to minimise our concerns and strengthen the feeling among residents. We object to the proposal on the grounds of noise, that's from machinery, people and traffic, odour and fumes and a loss of amenity. I refer throughout the Assistant Director's report and I will address each objection as they appear. Page 1, the Human Rights Act, right to enjoyment of property. We believe the financial interests of a big business is being allowed to take precedence over the rights of local residents to the enjoyment of their homes and the area in which they live. Do we have a right to maintain the status quo of our quiet residential road and not have it disrupted by business? Page 8, site and proposal. Several available outlets in High Street. We believe this one is selected for the large car park with a connecting alleyway located in Dorking Crescent, from which it is planned to run a pizza delivery service. Limited parking and zigzags prevent this operation from the High Street. As far as we are aware, Dorking Crescent is not within the Cosham District Centre. It is a quiet residential road with no businesses operating from it. The 2 banks, Wessex Cancer Trust and the Cake Shop, do have back entrances in Dorking Crescent, but are only used by staff arriving and leaving at around 5:30. Change of use from A2 Bank to A5 Hot Food Takeaway is a major change of use. Description as a hot food takeaway is misleading. Predominantly, this would be a telephone ordering fast food delivery service operating out of Dorking Crescent. The connecting side alley running between High Street and Dorking Crescent is not mentioned anywhere. Given the antisocial behaviour it attracted, it has been kept locked for a number of years. Reopening would be detrimental to Dorking Crescent. Page 9, environmental health. The flat is within touching distance of the proposed site. There is a young family living there. The lead tenant was not present when the EHO attended the property. Whilst we would all be affected by noise from equipment, odour and fumes, this property would likely become uninhabitable. The EHO plan to address noise emissions from the kitchen extractor system and refrigeration condensers is only by way of noise reduction. The machinery would be running 24/7. At night, any noise from machinery will impact on residents, and we speak from experience. On occasion, when either of the banks have left their systems running overnight, we can clearly hear it, and it disturbs our sleep. If ongoing, this could well lead to health issues. We believe that the machinery proposed will be significantly bigger and noisier than that used by a bank. We note the contractor is responsible for the final design of the system, so there is no performance of the silencer and no idea what the external noise levels will actually be. This is unacceptable. The conditions proposed by the EHO will not protect us. The EHO is also vague on the issue of odours and fumes, which will increase as each day progresses, significantly after 5 p.m. The kitchen extractor system will only suppress odour and fumes. We are struggling to accept the council view that any odour and fume emissions are acceptable into the environment of a suburban quiet residential road, particularly unacceptable for 85A, where the bedroom would be adjacent to the extractor. Page 10, it is stated that the plans do not provide enough information to say there will be no loss of amenity. Of course there will be loss of amenity. There is only partial specification for the extractor system, the contractor responsible for the final design and keeping costs low. There are no measured background levels and no assessment of the potential impact on neighbouring properties. Further, the EHO has insufficient information to ensure the proposed system will achieve the required criteria. In terms of DEFRA odour assessment, the establishment would be high risk. Operating such a business from Dorking Crescent will raise the daily average and nighttime noise imposed on residents. The noise management plan is naive and unenforceable. The noise from delivery mopeds will be a particular issue. The EHO recognises, as do we, there will be a problem and suggests using statutory noise legislation to deal with it. This should not be allowed to happen in the first place. Page 11, highways. The highways engineer takes the opinion that staff and customer numbers are likely to be similar to the previous uses by the bank. It would not be comparable in any way. The proposed site would mean delivery cars and mopeds would be in and out throughout the day, together with customers calling for takeaways, with traffic significantly increasing after 5 p.m. At weekends and bank holidays, the situation would worsen. Delivery vehicles and refuse collection vehicles would be too wide to access the car park as it currently stands. Representations. The brief mention of our 13 representations only serves to minimise the objections made. No mention is made as to what the proposed business plans to do at the back, except to add more elevated machinery, grills and flues. Page 13, amenity. The proposed plan does not protect our amenity and provision of a good standard of living environment for residents. Whoever wrote this may have taken account of the high street but has ignored Dorking Crescent. The hours of opening are too late into the evening. After service, it is unlikely staff immediately close up and leave. To state that noise and disturbance would only be an issue at night after 11 o'clock is taking a legal standpoint and does not take account into the impact on the residents prior to this time. Vehicle movements, particularly mopeds, will be an issue. The noise management plan is unenforceable and unworkable. Not everyone chooses to be considerate of others. The report mentions protecting residential properties from unnecessary disturbance. Notwithstanding the suggestions made by the EHO, there is no plan here which could protect residents. It is an inappropriate use of the rear of the building, which will have a huge negative effect on Dorking Crescent. Page 14, conclusion and recommendation. This takes no account of Dorking Crescent and how their proposal would impact on our lives. Even with conditions imposed, we believe the business is unsuitable. The character and environment of Dorking Crescent would be forever changed. We are strongly against this proposal. We are of the belief that the council is here to protect its residents, and we ask you to do this. We are aware that work has already begun at the proposed site, that's week commencing the 20th of August. We are therefore concerned that the proposal has already been approved. If this is the case, we would like to know whether we can appeal the decision. Thank you.
May I assure you on the final matter you raised, no, nothing has been approved. It is for this meeting to make a decision. So can I have Miss Laura Gunnison, please?
Thanks, Chair. As a starting point, it's important to note that the proposed use is acceptable in principle. Hot food takeaways are classed as main town centre uses, and the National Planning Policy Framework directs main town centre uses to designated centres. This site is located within the primary frontage of Cosham District Centre, where main town centre uses are considered to be acceptable. Policy PCS8 of the Portsmouth Plan seeks to protect at least 55% of the primary frontage for retail uses. The existing property is not in retail use at the moment and instead has an established use as a bank. This proposal would therefore substitute one non-retail use for another. It would not affect the percentage of retail uses within the wider district centre. Policy PCSA also seeks to avoid an over-concentration of non-shopping uses in the centre as a whole and in the vicinity of the proposed development. Existing hot food takeaway uses are distributed through the wider centre, and there are currently a good range of uses in the immediate vicinity of the site. Importantly, this includes a number of retail uses. To say that the proposal will not have any benefit for Cosham High Street is incorrect. In fact, this proposal will bring a vacant use back into effective use, establishing an active frontage in this location and enhancing the overall vitality and viability of Cosham District Centre. Importantly, it will also create new jobs in the local area. These points are confirmed by the case officer on page 12 of the committee report and in the presentation that we just heard. Of course, a material consideration for this proposal is its impact in terms of residential amenity. The closest residential property to the site is the first floor flat above number 85 High Street. As members will see from the committee report, the Council's Environmental Health and Highways teams have been consulted on this proposal and have raised no concern regarding the impact of the proposal on properties along Dorking Crescent, approximately 30 metres to the rear. Environmental Health have confirmed that suitably worded planning conditions can be used to mitigate the impact of development and, as emphasised by the case officer on page 13 of the committee report, proposals should not be refused if suitably worded planning conditions can be used to successfully mitigate the impact of development. Condition 6 requires details of the proposed kitchen extraction system to be provided prior to the commencement of the use. Papa John's will submit the required information to the local planning authority in due course once a final extraction system has been selected. Similarly, Condition 7 requires a noise assessment to be undertaken prior to the installation of any fixed plant or machinery. As with the previous condition, Papa John's will submit the requested information to the local planning authority in due course. In both cases, the environmental health comments that have been provided at the application stage will inform the selection and siting of the kitchen extraction system and any other plant or machinery that is required to ensure that no loss of amenity related to noise or odour occurs for neighbouring residents. Other conditions impose restrictions on the hours of operation for the proposed use, associated external plant and commercial deliveries. They also require deliveries for both the commercial unit and customers to be undertaken from the rear service yard only. No concern has been raised by consultees regarding the impact of delivery vehicles on those properties along Dorking Crescent. Papa John's will ensure that the proposed use operates strictly in accordance with these conditions at all times to ensure that there is no adverse impact on the amenities of existing residents. On the point of highway safety, the site occupies a highly sustainable location within Cosham District Centre. It's also located in close proximity to the large residential areas of Cosham, Wimmering and Drayton, and so has good access to a local customer and employee base. Given the sustainable location of the site, staff are likely to use sustainable modes of transport to get to work. If they do wish to travel by car, adequate car parking will be provided within the rear yard to accommodate this, as is the case with the existing bank. For customers, short-term car parking is available on the western side of Cosham High Street. Given the nature of the proposed use, customer visits will be short in duration, giving rise to a negligible impact on the highways network. Page 11 and page 13 of the committee report confirm that there is no highways objection to the proposal and that vehicle movements associated with the proposed use are not likely to differ significantly from that of the previous bank use. There's just another couple of points of clarification that I'd like to make based on objections that have been received. So to confirm, the hedge along the rear boundary of the site will be retained. For security purposes, the rear gate will be locked when the property is closed to the public. During operational hours, the gates will be unlocked to allow vehicles to access the property. However, members of staff on site will be able to monitor this at all times. It is, however, important to note that this is not a material planning issue. The side gate will also remain closed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Members, questions? Councillor Stubbs.
Just a few points relating to highway access and the rear service yard. So on the one hand, we have a condition or proposed condition which mandates the use of the car park for all these purposes. On the other hand, in the highways section, there's a reference there to parking restrictions being outside. Now, I'll be interested to know what those restrictions are. Is it just a pay and display restriction? Because those don't apply into the evening in that location. And we're talking here, I think, from the perspective of any potential disturbance. We're talking really about the nighttime period. So what is the parking restriction by the property?
I think the parking restrictions relate to the the white zigzaggy lines outside the front of a property.
So that's part of the road with no parking on it, and then the other part is where you reverse in and out parking on the other side.
Any other questions, members? Councillor Elcombe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We've got conditions 6 and 7 as proposed recommendations to do with environmental health and the extraction system, which to me is perhaps the most important issue. Page 10 of the report, the environmental health officer who did the original inspection appears to have a number of concerns, one being that one of the machines that are operating this is about a metre from somebody's bedroom window. And there are other comments within those paragraphs where he seems less than satisfied with what the applicant is proposing. Can we ensure that the recommendations we've got to make sure the equipment matches what we want, takes into account the environmental health officer's concerns within the report?
Just by way of introduction first, Richard Lee, I'm the Regulatory Services Manager responsible for environmental health. I think the point that the officer was making when writing the comments was that there was very little information provided about the extraction system. The conditions are there to ensure that a full description of the extraction, both in terms of the odour abatement and noise mitigation, are submitted to planning, which we will have sight of, so that we can undertake the necessary assessment to ensure that it is suitable for this location.
Councillor Pitt.
Having listened to the residents' deputation about the likely pattern of usage of the site, are we clear that the intensive use of the rear access for delivery vehicles to come and go has been properly assessed within the report? The residents don't seem to think that it has been. I tend to share their concerns. It looks like we're looking very much at the front of this property, how the staff may interact with it and how deliveries may interact with it. But that's deliveries to support the functioning of the business in terms of stock, etc. And the residents' concerns are going to be about mopeds firing up at all hours of the day and night, constantly in the back. And we know from other takeaway sites within the city that can cause significant problems once the site is operational. And I'm just a bit concerned that the residents may actually be right on this one.
I would like to confirm that following residents' objections, I myself emailed the Environmental Health Officer in relation to the moped issue to a rear, and he was of the opinion that it was, with the hours it was operating, vehicle movements are unlikely to significantly raise the average daily or nighttime noise level, so there is unlikely to be any impacts in terms of a significant observed adverse effect level required by the National Planning Policy Framework. He also noted there are also no outdoor amenity areas likely to be affected, as these are located to the rear of the dwellings in Dorking Crescent.
A follow-up, Chair. Yes. Really? I just find that really, really difficult to believe. Pizza delivery businesses deliver pizzas. Then it's not about the amount of footfall going in the front door compared to the back door. We all know that there's going to be the majority of the business is going to be conducted out the back. To say that there's not going to be the material change to bank staff arriving in the morning and leaving at the end of the day, or even working half a day, is very minimal disruption. This is not minimal disruption. It's going to be continual use in the evening. And I suppose it's more a comment than a question, but I just find that extraordinary. So,
I think it's a little bit about the way that noise is measured, and noise in terms of traffic is measured over an average over a period of time, which does not take into account of individual peaks made by individual vehicle movements. So when we assess traffic as a whole, in accordance with how we are required to measure traffic, there will be very little increase in noise level, because if there are mopeds, it is unlikely that it will be continuous as such, but there will be intermittent use of that road by a moped or a motorcycle, which will considerably increase the level of noise at that point of time when the vehicle is passing the house. But in the manner in which traffic is measured, which is averaged, as I say, over a long period of time, it will not make a material difference.
So for clarification then, Richard, I think it's fair to say that the majority of people do not order pizzas in the morning or the early afternoon. They order them in the evening. So is it fair to say that although the calculations are carried out within an agreed formula, the actual impact that this will have will be concentrated in the evening and nighttime period?
Yes, if that's when the vehicles are being used, that is when the impact will be concentrated, and the vehicle will be audible as it passes residential accommodation using that road.
Are there any further questions from members? Right, comments. Councillor Jones.
I didn't want to go first again this time, but there we go, never mind. I'll kickstart it. I mean, when you turn to page 11, the bottom comment, it explains the sort of 4 different component parts of really what we're here to decide today. First of all, whether the principle of change of use is acceptable in this location from A2 to A5, A1? A2 to A5. And I would argue that it is an aggravant losing A1 because, of course, we want to protect the high streets, but I think we would be on dodgy grounds if we said no to that particular principle because we've heard that the 55% threshold is not breached because this is not A1 at the moment, it's A2 anyway. Whether the design of the external alterations are appropriate in design terms for the recipient property and wider street scene. Well, the rear of none of the properties along there are particularly attractive. There is nothing particularly unique about them. The flue that will go on there is not particularly attractive in itself, but I don't see how it would be so bad that it would mean that we would ever be able to uphold a no decision there if this went to appeal. C, whether there will be a significant impact on residential amenity. That's the one that really does concern me. D, whether there would be an impact on the local highway parking. Well, actually, I didn't think initially that was such an issue, but having heard Councillor Pitt's questioning and the answers and, you know, are those mopeds going to pull up out the front to go in and get their pizzas? They might do, but they'll have to park on the other side of the road outside Boots because there are, as we've heard, those hatched these zigzag lines on the side where this particular unit is. So, or do they go make easier, go round the back, in the door, get the pizza straight out? That's obviously what they're going to do. So therefore, the noise impact from highway will definitely be more significant to the back of Talking Crescents and those flats that are directly around the high street. And whether suitable provisions have been made in respect of refuse recycling, I think we can get around that one as well. So really, I think it's around C and D. When I first read this, I was thinking, well, we are going to have to put some, when I first quarter of the report, clearly to address this, we need to be putting some conditions in, but actually they're already there, they've been thought of, and I think the points that have been recommended by Richard and the team cover, you know, I'm not saying it will make it satisfactory, but cover the concerns that I would have had around the smells and clearly the noise. I mean, some of these silencers, we've had this in the past where you can put a silencer on a flue and actually what difference it makes is so de minimis. So, you know, with having environmental health involved, I would be happy that it's not a cheap kind of off-the-shelf version, but it's something that may therefore address that. Whether the committee is minded to allow it to get that far, to, you know, for us to be able to have control over what kind of units go in there is another question. The highway thing, I think we can get around C by delegation to officers that this permission is conditional, that it only goes ahead if things are satisfied. However, the transport thing really now I think has become the leader because it is a significant issue and that has got some, you know, driveway to it, also driveway, off-road space to the back of that property. So, of course, it means they're not pulling up in the alleyway and walking in through a door straight off the alleyway. They are going to drive further in towards those flats as well. And those kind of mopeds are really noisy. They've got small engines and they are, because of the nature of the small engine working very hard, they are noisy. It's just whether or not this is going to be material enough that if we say no on that basis of highways impact, bearing in mind our highways team have not put anything strong in there, we're almost going against our own officer's advice. I think we'd probably lose it on appeal. In fact, I'm pretty sure we'd lose it on appeal. I'm not saying that we should always go by and be driven by what the planning inspectorate says in Bristol. We need to do what we think is right here. It's a really difficult one. I think all of the other key points are satisfied, subject to conditions around noise and smell. The highways thing, I don't like it, but I think on balance I probably will vote for it because the other points can be and will be satisfied around the change of usage. And I think that this will just cost us money on appeal if we don't pass it anyway. So maybe a flaw in the national planning situation, but there we go.
It wouldn't be the first time we've found flaws in the national planning situation. So you are proposing the officer's recommendation? Okay.
I feel a bit uncomfortable with it, so I'm going to wait and see what everyone else says, I think.
Councillor Pitt.
I'll try and help then. Is it possible to consider a condition that says that the takeaway delivery service cannot operate from the rear of the premises?
I think I'd ask Jane to comment on how practical would it be to operate the delivery from the front of.
Without having Highways here to offer an opinion as well, I mean, Highways have requested a condition stating that all deliveries should be carried out from a rear.
I think to sort of maybe help a bit, obviously we've got the parking restriction anyway. I think the issue is going to be the impact as mopeds would have as they seek to leave the site and enter the traffic flow on that part of the high street. So there's going to be some impact on traffic flow, but also I think there's probably a highway safety issue in terms of if there was sort of any volume of mopeds trying to weave into the traffic flow there. So I suggest there probably is going to be a highway issue with using the front rather than the back.
Councillor Pitt.
Okay then, in that case, given that the actual recommendation is for all deliveries, both customer and to the commercial premises itself, are from the rear of the property, and given that although the modelling says that over a continuous period it will have a minimal impact, we specifically know the nature of this business. It's been disclosed in a deputation and what it's likely to be, and I think we could say that we have considerable concerns about the concentration of noise during the evening and night time and the impact that that will have on the residential amenity of the neighbours who live nearby. On that basis, I'm prepared to recommend refusal.
Does anyone willing to second? Councillor Stagg is seconding the proposal for refusal. On the grounds that of noise impact and environmental health due to rear uses. Okay? Councillor Stubbs.
I mean, I don't agree with that. I don't think you can make a refusal on this. The big driver, after all, is change on the high street. We are moving away from, whether you like it or not, we're in a world where we're moving away from retail to other uses and high street spaces. I don't see a problem with the principle of a pizza delivery business in this location. There is a difficulty in relation to vehicle access, and we've discussed some of this and some of the noise, and it is a bit perverse, but this comes up in other matters about what constitutes a statutory noise nuisance. I used to live about 200 metres from the M4, and you didn't notice it at all because it was just a constant rumble, but it would actually be quite loud. And that's quite a different type of noise from having occasional loud high-pitched vehicles moving through an area. So I do agree that there's a difficulty with that. I was hoping, since we've got Councillor Stagg on this committee, whether she might want to take something away and consider the transport implications. I don't think the one thing we can't do is just sit here as a planning committee in a situation of limited knowledge, trying to design transport solutions on the back of a fag packet. We can't do that. Our options really are we can pass what we've got as it is, or we can defer it for transport officer advice. But what we can't do is just suddenly say, any tweaking will be very much against that.
Councillor Udy.
This is really weird because my stomach's turning listening to this one, because I agree with everyone and I just don't know what to do. But could we have a deferral and maybe conduct an experiment of sorts, because you don't know what the mopeds will be like until they're actually there. So maybe if you look at a plan, I've used, it sounds crazy in the long term, but I used to work for a pizza delivery service, and my father still does. It's nothing to do with the company that's representing today. So I've got kind of a knowledge of what goes on there, but it's more the fact that if you don't know what the noise is going to be like, and if you look at it, it's only from, if you say what reasonable noise should stop at 10 o'clock at night, then, and it's only an hour during the week and 2 hours on a Saturday, which I think would be reasonable. But why don't you just conduct an experiment with regular traffic flow and have highways there to listen and environmental health, because then they can come back and say, actually, yes or no. Can we do deferral on the fact that we should get people in and have a look at...
What you are proposing, therefore, is that we defer it for a full noise assessment in relation to the vehicles which will be using that rear entrance.
Yes, let's do that.
Well, it's a question of that is what you are proposing.
Yes.
I'm feeding it back to you.
Yes.
Okay. Councillor Elcombe.
Yeah, as a former police motorcyclist, I can tell you that no two mopeds sound the same, depending on what the rider has done to the baffles, the exhaust, etc. So I think Councillor Udi's idea of an experiment would be somewhat flawed. However, I think this, I'm siding with Councillor Stubbs really, I think this does deserve to go ahead because we've got no real options, but maybe, you know, the issue for the residents is going to be late at night. This place has got gates on it. If the owners of the premises were encouraged to shut the gates at a certain time of night, so all the deliveries had to be from the front. Appreciate there's a risk they'd park on the zigzags, but they could park opposite where the zigzag parking, the echelon parking will probably be empty because at that time of night there won't be many people shopping. That might actually encourage the noise problem at night to be transferred to the front of the premises and not disturb the neighbours, and at the same time, you know, allow access during the day when noise shouldn't be a problem.
That raises a question of whether within planning regulations we could make such a stipulation that deliverers, or that the gates be closed at a certain time and deliverers be taken from the front after that time. Is that possible?
If the committee felt that that would overcome concerns, then it would be reasonable to impose a condition to require that to happen and the business to operate in that way.
Councillor Stubbs, then Councillor Pitt.
I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to propose that we grant consent, but that we impose a condition which we still have to draw up in respect of transport access, and that we deal with that by means of basically give the transport team time to come back and then circulate by email and have a discussion if necessary. So in effect, to grant permission to the main part of the scheme, but not to delegate in full to officers the transport condition, and for us to revisit that. I don't think it's a good idea for us to try and engineer a solution here in this room now.
Councillor Pitt.
I think maybe we're heading to a point of convergence. I really like Councillor Elcombe's recommendation. If it's possible to put in a condition stipulating that all deliveries have to take place from the rear, it surely must be possible to amend that condition to say that after 9 p.m. in the evening, any delivery service should be operated from the front, at which point the road's going to be considerably quieter anyway, and providing the traffic officers don't come back with any specific reason why that would be dangerous at that time of night, for the reasons that we looked at for the earlier part of the day, then I think that's a very pragmatic way forward. It gets a shop back into use and it also protects the residents' amenity.
What I am hearing is that someone needs to propose that we accept the officer's recommendation subject to an additional condition being devised to ensure that all late night deliveries, that is after 9 p.m, be conducted from the front of the premises.
So proposed, Chair.
I'll second that.
Conduct,
No. Condition 4 does state no deliveries supplying to the commercial unit should be carried out outside the hours, but that would be the major
Massive
deliveries
trucks.
to the unit rather than from the unit.
Yeah.
That would imply a massive truck coming along, wouldn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, Papa John's does, I believe, have quite large trucks. So, will Councillor Pitt?
It seems to me it's just an amalgamation of conditions 4 and 5. if it's no delivery shall be carried out outside the hours of 7:30 till 2100 daily from the rear of the premises. That just needs from the rear of the premises. No deliveries, but delivering to both customers and commercial unit shall be carried out outside the hours of 7:30 a.m. 2100 daily. It's just a quick amendment to that. Other than that, it makes perfect sense.
Okay. So with that amendment, you are proposing the officer's recommendation?
Well, Ken kind of has, if he's happy with that.
Okay. Ken proposes, Councillor Elkin proposes, Councillor Pitt seconds. Those in favour, please show. Thank you. That is unanimous. Planning permission is granted subject to an amendment to condition 4. Thank you very much.
I didn't think we could do that. It was just let's look at that.
Members, we now come to item 4, which we're taking before item 3, which is 444 London Road, a retrospective application for use of change from retail A1 to hot food takeaway A5 with external alterations. This is retrospective, but I would remind members that we have to treat it as if it were ab initio. Thank you. Yep. I gather that there are 2 deputations. One is from the applicant, Mr. Azad Hammer, and there is an objector. Would both of these people come to the table? Is there anybody else seeking? You support the application. Okay, do you wish to speak? Well, please come to the table. It's all right, we're in no hurry. Take your time. My apologies for having had to be reminded, but you did apply quite late to make the deputations. So I've only got a scribbled note in front of me. Can we have the officer's report, please?
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, members. Firstly, I would just like to bring your attention to the SMART report. There's quite a bit of detail in there. There's also quite a few appendices to the rear of it as well, which includes a letter from Councillor Frank Jonas, who unfortunately cannot make it to the meeting today, but has outlined his objections to the development. Also to the rear of the SMART report, there are additional conditions that have been suggested, so I would ask members of the committee to consider them when making a decision on the application. And I should also say that there is further comments from both the applicant, the freeholder, and also the objector as well. The application in itself relates to number 444 London Road, which is a 3-storey mid-terrace property located in the London Road North local centre. It's intersected by Amberley Road to the north and Murrayville Road to the south. The property has a ground floor commercial unit and with 2 flats above, which is accessed via a separate entrance located on London Road. The proposal seeks retrospective permission for the change of use of the ground floor from retail to hot food takeaway and associated external alterations to include a replacement shop front and an external extraction system. It should be noted that most of the external alterations have been completed. However, the use as a hot food takeaway is yet to be commenced. This slide and the handouts in front of you show how the property has been laid out. It compromises of a front shop area, including cooking equipment and a service counter, with a back shop area for back of office and food preparation and cleaning. The image on the right hand side shows the replacement shop front in the context of the street scene, 2 flats above and separate access to the flats on the right hand side. In terms of the acceptability of this type of use within the local centre, policy PCS 18 of the Portsmouth Plan allows other town centre uses at ground floor level, provided that the local centre continues to provide the local top-up shopping needs of nearby residents, and that the use does not have an adverse impact on the amenity of neighbouring occupiers. Having regard to the balance of uses in the surrounding area, the local top-up shopping need for nearby residents can be facilitated by convenience stores located close by, and the principle of development in this regard is acceptable. In terms of the impact on neighbouring amenity, the slide above shows the rear elevation of the building and the relationship of the recently installed extraction system. The system itself, the flue, is directly connected to cooking equipment in the ground floor of number 444 London Road, and the external flue measures approximately 0.45 metres in width, 0.57 metres in depth, and spans to 6.7 metres in height. The plan just shows that it is straddling a wall between habitable room windows and is stepped off the wall slightly as well. The external extraction flue is positioned on a strip of wall in between windows, as you can see, and it's on a wall located between the kitchen space and the bathrooms. So these are the kitchen areas of the 2 flats and bathrooms on the return elevation. Having worked quite closely with environmental health officers, there are further comments detailed in the SMAT report, which advise that they are relatively well satisfied with the system in terms of its impact on neighbouring amenities. However, it is considered that appropriately worded planning conditions are required that limit the opening hours of the premises, as well as securing a maintenance plan to control noise and odour, as well as securing anti-vibration mounts to reduce noise and disturbance. There are also other suggested planning conditions that require details of bicycle storage for staff and bin storage as well to be submitted within 2 calendar months of the permission, whilst other conditions restrict delivery times and opening hours, and ensure that the rear door to the kitchen remains closed at all times to avoid excessive noise and disturbance. The images above show the extent of the external alterations. You obviously have quite a substantial extraction system and an external flue. You have the replacement shop front as well. It's considered that whilst the development represents a significant intervention to the appearance of the rear elevation, the lack of visibility from the public realm and adjoining occupiers in this case is not considered to represent a significantly harmful form of development. And other external alterations, to include the replacement shop front, are considered to modernise the building and improve the appearance of the commercial unit in the street scene. In light of recent appeal decisions detailed in the committee report and the effective use of planning conditions detailed in both the report and the SMART report, the recommendation is for conditional permission. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive statement. Gentlemen, you have 12 minutes between you to make your views known.
Can I just ask one thing? I'm not sure that Councillor Frank Jonas's objection is permissible. I've known Frank personally for about 35 years. I'm just not so sure that what his agenda might be in this instance. Chairman, I think reading the comments, he asks for a deferment. He's not objecting.
I think that it is to the committee to judge Councillor Jonas's statement, written statement, on its merits, and we will do so. So can we have the deputations, please?
Thank you, Chair. I just would like to start from the beginning. Basically, the whole thing started on the basis that the application was acceptable as long as we meet or the requirements of Environmental Health Department. And this has been done and exceeded it even according to the engineers who installed the extraction system. Now, basically, I would like to start saying I am not a businessman. Basically, I'm someone who working in an office previously, and I was really tired, and I decided to change the whole life thing. So decided to do a business for myself, and basically I started by submitting the pre-planning application. I never knew how the whole thing works, so I started because I could not afford paying the rent of the shop and wait until a decision will be made. And I thought the whole thing works like this. So I started the whole construction work after the pre-planning application response was provided to me, which was always said to be acceptable as long as we meet the requirements of environmental health. Now, the fact is I bumped into the owner of flat 448 back in May, and at that time it was only a very minor construction work was taking place by the previous tenant of the shop, which was renovating the place. And I vividly remember mentioning that this will be a takeaway and I will be a tenant. I introduced myself to the owner of the flat, which is on the top level. And I said that it will be a takeaway, and mentioning every single food that I will be serving in this place. And basically there was no objection whatsoever from her. And now from the comments she provided to you, and I can see there's a word immense used, immense financial and emotional loss. And I'm thinking, if that was the case, then if I am owner of that flat, and I have immense concern that if there was a takeaway below me, then I will be losing significant amount of money in the value of my property. Then I will be straight away raising this point to the landlord, which is in this case is Bob. And as far as I understand, she never did that. Basically, in my opinion, the whole thing started when the duct at the back went up. And as you know, a takeaway will need a duct anyway. It needs an extraction system, and it needs a duct at the outside. So this is nothing I've decided, and it is basically specifically per the environmental health requirements, and specifically what the engineer said to me. I have spent 4,500 extra just to meet the requirements from the health environment department, and one of them was this, to go to the end of the roof. I mean, I would be happy, much happier, because it's much cheaper to have it just outside the shop on the first level, but specifically was required to go to the end of the roof. Now, basically, looking at the comments from the flat owner, formally we have responded, me and Bob as well, to these comments. And I have to say, with or without my business there, this road, all of you know, is a very busy road. My opening hours is from the beginning it was to be from 11 till 10 in the evening, and during this time this road is already busy, whether this business is there or not. And in terms of the value of the property, the fact is the flat, which is immediately above the shop, is sold, subject to contract, of course, in the last 2 weeks for a very good amount of money, which I am really not an expert in the value of properties, but of £140,000 for a flat in that area, it is really a very good money, I have to say. And since this is sold in a very short period of time, I have to say, which is in the last couple of months, then it's clearly suggesting that I don't think this business has any impact whatsoever on the value of the property. If that's the case, then I suppose that thousands and thousands of properties in this country have been affected, but that's not the case, I suppose. That's all I can say really at the moment, but I'll pass it to Bob to finish the whole thing really.
Okay. I own and have a quality demands, and that he will be able to provide an excellent service to the local community.
Okay,
So
thank you. I would draw members' attention in the supplementary matters list to a brief letter from Councillor Frank Jonas and to the objection from Emma Brown at 448 London Road, together with the responses which have been made both by the Environmental Health Officer and by the freeholder. You have those in front of you. So we come to questions to the officer. Questions from members? Councillor Jones.
Can the officer confirm if pre-app has been conducted and that is it? Because it was alluded to from the applicant that he's carried out pre-app and then started I'll say conversion works because it's pretty much completed.
Yeah, so the applicant submitted a pre-application a number of months ago, I believe, sort of probably about 5 months ago. At no point in that response did we say, yes, go ahead and carry out the work. We advised that the principle was acceptable, however, that the applicant would need to satisfy highways and environmental concerns. Unless it was misinterpreted and the applicant has gone ahead and proceeded with those works, but certainly the local planning authority didn't advise that they could do that.
And so has a full application now been submitted?
So it's being covered off under this retrospective planning application, yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Elcombe.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. One of the objections is that the new extraction flue, which is shown in the left-hand picture, blocks views and light into habitable rooms. I appreciate views aren't something we can make an objection on, but I thought in your summary you said that they were bathrooms, so presumably they've got obscure glass anyway.
Yeah, so these rooms here are, sorry, that's a kitchen, that's a bathroom, but however, what I think what the representation is making reference to is this room here, which is actually a study at second floor level. Yes, her view from that window is now impeded by the location of the extraction system.
I thought in the initial description that the two that you can see directly behind the extraction system were the bathrooms, but if I've got that wrong, fine.
Other questions from members? Comments from members, please. Councillor Stubbs.
I think we get quite a few planning applications for conversions of commercial premises into A5 from A1 or A2 or whatever. And the general principle on it is that that's fine, that out of centre locations, we've got to be realistic, and demand for retail isn't what it was, and if we want properties to not fall into disuse, as a local council, I think we have to be flexible on it. I guess a point has been raised about the extraction fan. I mean, I don't know if there's a leaseholder matter. I mean, that's obviously a private matter from the council, but any issues about an extraction unit being placed on the wall outside of a flat, there may be a private legal issue with that, but that's not for us to take sides on or to rule on. From a planning perspective, I mean, so the general principle is good. I've not heard any compelling argument why we shouldn't grant consent, and not read anything along those lines either in any of the representations, so I'm going to move the report.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Udi is seconding it. You wish to speak?
Just a couple of points. Can I just say, I've only come into the council a couple of months ago, right? And that I have no clue sometimes when I'm sat here as well, and you kind of like go into that situation where you start a new business and you think you're going to invest money and like, stuff like that, and you're literally just like, oh my goodness, what am I actually doing? I get this in planning all the time. I learn stuff all the time. So that, and number two, I live near where a new co-op funeral parlour's going in, so maybe you say no to those other people, put it in opposite a bridal shop down Albert Road instead. But yeah. There's nothing wrong with this, and it's in a pretty good area. Did you used to have an office down there as well? Like, but
And the shop was right next door.
yeah, so
It was kind of an office.
and you'll get a good football from the pub, and it's an area to work on. But yes, I
Okay,
second.
you're seconding.
I'm going to second it.
Councillor Jones, you wish to speak.
Thank you very much. I mean, I asked the questions about the retrospective nature of the planning application because, you know, just because this is retrospective doesn't mean to say that that is the way it should be done, and it's not right or acceptable, particularly when we hear from the freeholder that he is an experienced landlord. I quote him in his own words, and he's had a number of meetings with the applicant. Therefore, you know, it is an aggravant to us as a committee that this is retrospective, particularly when you've got such a substantial flue that's gone in there. Having said that, I agree with Councillor Stubbs. There are no grounds to refuse the application. I think it is an entirely appropriate usage for the site there, and I welcome comments from councillors, particularly ward councillors, at all times. I think that it's entirely appropriate that Councillor Frank Jonas has made a deputation, I'm assuming on behalf of some residents that have contacted him, and I feel I kind of need to defend him as a fellow ward colleague. I've not been involved in any casework on this issue. None of the residents have specifically contacted me about this, but obviously they've contacted him. Having said that, you know, he does ask for a deferral because of the light issue. I agree with what Councillor Alcombe has actually said there, in that yes, there is clearly going to be an impact on light being blocked through those windows, but I don't think that's a specific planning consideration for today from the relevant policies in the officer's report, and as with the staircase previously in the first application, potentially a matter for a civil case being taken forward by leaseholders. If they are leaseholders, they may just be tenants. Anyway, so I will be supporting the application.
Councillor Stagg.
I would agree. I can't see any reason why we shouldn't support this, but it does concern me, the number of retrospective applications that have to be considered. And to me, the message that is giving out is, you know, because we end up passing them, approving the majority of them, because it's less of a hassle than getting people to take things down. But I think the message then that goes out to people is, you know, never mind planning applications, do what you like, put it in wherever you like, and as long as it's not too bad, you're okay just putting a retrospective planning application if you're caught. And I know, I'm speaking from experience here, not that I've done it, but I've got a resident who has way down the line. And it just worries me that this is the wrong message to be giving to people.
Could I just respond?
No. May I? No.
I'd
you
respond
cannot.
to that. Okay.
This is why, from the chair, I always insist that these be regarded as new applications. We treat them ab initio, and we take no cognizance of the fact that it is retrospective. Councillor Smythe.
I was going to add to that that we should make clear that that we are dealing with these ab initio, and I certainly am, and that it's a foolish thing to go ahead without a planning application, because you could be asked to take it down. And,
We have done
that
so
message,
in the past, Councillor
that message
Smythe.
needs to be made to people loud and clear. Thank you.
Goody. Can I see those in favour? That is then unanimous. You have planning permission. Thank you very much. Okay. We now move to number 3, 7 Jubilee Terrace. Can I have Ms. Sheila Backwell and Mr. or I think it's Mr. Gilo Giordani. My apologies to you, Mr. Giordani, who are coming forward, one to object and one to support. So can I, once the papers have been given out, may I have the officer's report, please?
Hello again. This application is for the construction of dormers to front and rear roof slopes. The application site relates to a two-storey mid-terrace dwelling located to the east side of Jubilee Terrace and backs onto Nickel Street. The site is located within the terrace's conservation area and is set to the north of numbers 14 and 15 Jubilee Terrace, which are both Grade 2 listed. There's the site fronting Jubilee Terrace. There are the listed buildings there, and it backs onto Nickel Street and some blocks of flats and garages to the rear. This slide shows the principal elevation fronting Jubilee Terrace. A bit of history. It is noted planning permission was granted in 1991, 1996, 2001 and 2006 for front and rear dormers at the application site. However, none of these now time-expired permissions have been implemented. This slide shows the principal elevation. There's the site, and it also shows existing dormers at number 3 and number 5 Jubilee Terrace, which were constructed 1966. Okay. Again, the principal elevation just showing we've got the listed buildings there to the south. Okay, and there's the site. This slide shows the view from the rear. There's the site. You can see it backs onto garages, and that's Nickel Street there. It's also noted the LPA has worked with the applicant through a process, and we have gone through 2 sets of amendments to get to the scheme that we are considering today. These amendments reduce the size and scale of both dormers, notably the rear dormer. The front dormer, we have worked with the applicant and agent, and now matches as closely as possible to the dormers at number 3 and 5 in order to provide continuity to that terrace row of 1950s properties. These amended plans show, so there's the front dormer, and you can see now that the rear dormer is well set back. There we go. So this shows the rear dormer, and it's now set comfortably in from the sides, at least by 1 metre, which is something that we try to encourage in conservation areas, notably in the Essex Road conservation area. We ask for them to be comfortably set in. The proposal is, it's noted the proposal is very similar to what was granted most recently in 2006. All other matters are put forward in the committee report, and subject to conditions, the recommendation is for approval. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. May I have Mrs. Blackwell? You have 6 minutes.
Thank you. Hello. I'm objecting to this planning application, which at first sight appears innocuous enough. My reasons are as follows. The design of these dormers will not preserve or enhance the character or appearance of the conservation area in which the property is sited. There are no other rear dormers in this small terrace of 9 two-storey houses. It will set a precedence for other such applications. I know that the plans have been modified twice at the request of the case officer, so that the dormers might fit in more appropriately. However, the dormers are still large enough to accommodate another 2 bedrooms and a bathroom, so that it seems to me it is the equivalent of adding another storey to this property. Surely it is entirely inappropriate that this 3-bedroom family home should be so enlarged as to have 6 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms and 1 ensuite facility, whether to accommodate young professionals or students or whoever. The rear dormer in particular is too big, is out of keeping with the rest of the rear roof slopes, cannot in any way be considered to complement the original building, has an adverse effect on the street scene and will set a precedence. There are also 2 Grade 2 listed buildings 3 doors along. In addition, the rear of this property is on the very narrow Nicholl Street and is adjacent to my home, a first-floor flat, with my balcony, living room and bedroom in close proximity. The impact of this development on my block of 6 flats isn't shown adequately on any of the plans or photographs included with the application. I am aware that this property already has HMO status, but that fact and the size of the proposed dormers are intrinsically linked in terms of causing detriment to those of us who live in what should be a quiet residential area. I have had issues with this property over the years, as have others, with residents and their many friends causing noise and nuisance, an air of dilapidation about the place, an unkempt and overgrown garden, a broken back gate, black bags of rubbish inside and strewn outside on Nicholl Street, to name but a few. I have previously been round in my nightdress at 4 in the morning because of noise. I've approached the university. I've involved the HMO team and the fly tipping section of Portsmouth City Council, as well as the lettings agent. Certainly there has never been any obvious or active management of the property, and the temporary residents have often had little or no regard for their neighbours. The recent addition of a big extension at the rear of the property, which has taken half the garden, and for which planning permission was not, unfortunately, needed, has 2 sets of double doors opening from the kitchen and living room, which will allow more sound to penetrate this densely populated area, especially at night. I have read that this extension simply squares off the one that already existed. However, it would appear that every advantage has been taken of the 3-metre depth by 3-metre height rule. The whole of this significant development does not equate with the protection of amenity and the provision of a good standard of living environment for neighbours or occupiers, as I cannot see that enough thought or proper consideration has been given to us. I understand that no other comments have been received by the case officer. However, I have spoken to 2 neighbours, both of whom have considerable concerns about the increase in the number of residents with additional noise and nuisance. I must say that I didn't want to be here today. After all, if someone thinks it's appropriate to submit such plans in the first place, then you might suppose that person would not be amenable to reconsidering the situation. For this reason, I certainly did not welcome the knock on my door, actually the press on my intercom bell one evening, as the owner of the property sought to have a conversation with me and was far too persistent for my liking. I ask this committee to be mindful of...
May I remind you what I said at the beginning about personal comments? That is a personal comment concerning Mr. Giordani, and it is unacceptable.
I ask this committee to be mindful of Portsmouth City Council's own conservation guidelines for the terraces, of discouraging the installation of new dormers in front-facing roof slopes, and of extensions to roofs not normally being allowed. Please do not be dissuaded from exercising your proper judgment now, whatever permissions were given over a decade ago and a time expired. Big is no longer beautiful, and overloaded properties that were not built for multi-occupancy have become a blot on the landscape and a serious nuisance to local communities in Portsmouth. In conclusion, I urge this committee to consider the exceptional circumstances in this case and not to grant this application. Thank you.
Mr. Giordani.
Good afternoon to you. To make a nice accommodation, so you attract better quality tenants. If there are very small rooms and not enough space for them, of course you're not going to get a very good tenant or manageable ones. So, as the lady knows, last year hardly was anybody there. because I didn't feel it's nice to let it as it is. The house wasn't in perfect condition. So I decided to go ahead with the extension on the top to make the house a bit bigger. As you know, I have already HMO license for 5 people. But with this extension, it makes it much more comfortable for them. And as the lady knows, I have extended on the back to make a better lounge. So I'm hoping to get a much better quality professional or a student, whoever, so I can be ask them to be nicer. When you give them a nicer place, they will keep it nice. As you know, well, for this property, I haven't been that being there all the time because I don't get many nice professional or a student to put them there. So it just went to not be let. I'm hoping by adding this extension, the house would be much better condition and attract a better kind of tenants. That's all I want to make.
Thank you very much. Members' questions? Councillor Smythe, Councillor Stubbs, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I was fairly persuaded by my question is about the HMO situation. Would the applicant have to apply for a further HMO permission were they to be letting 2 additional rooms?
So, members, we have in the report referred to the property as a dwelling, but it is actually an HMO. So we've got to look at what that use class is, and obviously within the C4 use class, you can have up to 6 people occupying the building without the need for a further permission. So we need to look at it in terms of, is the extension acceptable? And then need to give some consideration to the accommodation that's being created in the context of the standard we'd expect from an HMO, which is a slightly different planning consideration from the way we'd look at it if it was a normal extension to a dwelling. So from a member's point of view, in terms of the considerations this afternoon, it is slightly broader than the report has set out, in that we also need to think of it in terms of the appearance of the extension within the conservation area and onto the building, but also whether those 2 additional bedrooms, which would be acceptable in terms of the use of the building, but whether those 2 additional bedrooms seem to be acceptable extensions to provide HMO accommodation rather than normal family accommodation if it were a C3 use.
Councillor Stubbs.
Well, firstly, before I get to my question, I can't resist pointing out that in the final paragraph of page 18, for many years when debating planning, I've been told there's no such thing as precedent, and that when granting a consent, you don't create a precedent for further consents, and we have quite clearly stated that in fact you do. And it says, and I quote, "The principle of a flat roof dormer to the rear property within the terraces conservation area has been established by planning permissions post-conservation area designation." So I feel vindicated on that. My question really relates to any permitted development rights that apply. We've had reference made to the rear extension and about how that didn't need planning. And I was quite surprised by that because I didn't think any of these permitted development regulations applied in conservation areas. So is there any power of permitted development in respect of these dormers in this location?
Firstly, with regards to the rear, in a conservation area, you can do a single-storey rear extension as long as it does not exceed 3 metres in depth, even a conservation area, and it does not exceed 3 metres in height. The planning enforcement team have been out to investigate. I myself have viewed rear extension is within the remit of permitted development. However, conservation area restricts extensions to a roof. That is why there is a need for planning permission.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. On page 19, I'm a little bit confused because it says the City Council will discourage new dormers in front-facing roof slopes in conservation guidelines. What does that actually mean, discourage?
The conservation guidelines say we will discourage it. We don't want to see it, but however, given the unique circumstances of the site, there are already 2 front dormers at numbers 3 and 5. We have already granted permission 4 separate occasions throughout the years for front and rear dormers. That's what I consider to be unique circumstances, and why I considered that a front dormer would be acceptable in this circumstance.
Can I maybe add a little bit to that? Because we are dealing with development in a conservation area, so what we as officers need to look at is what is the character of that conservation area, and we need to look at features that already exist within that conservation area. Now, it may be that we think that those features maybe aren't ones that we might have, if we'd had a blank canvas, had in a conservation area, but nevertheless they do exist. So in terms of, the consideration this afternoon for us as officers is what is that character? And part of that character is what we see, in front of us this afternoon, and whether or not the addition of a further dormer would preserve and or enhance that character or not.
Yes, you may have a follow-up.
When the other 2 dormers were put in place, were they before the conservation area?
Councillor Pitt.
Okay. Just for a bit of clarification, it's almost been said, but just very explicitly, if this was not in a conservation area, it would be within permitted development and it would not be in front of us. Is that true?
You may do a rear dormer as long as it complies with the regs as set by central government. However, front dormers, regardless of being in a conservation area, require planning permission.
Good, I'll send you a list of them in my ward that haven't got planning permission, as I've tried to do on previous occasions with our enforcement team. Okay, thanks for that. The other bit was around the brain's gone blank for a second. The size of the rooms on the proposed loft space. If we are going slightly wider than a report on Claire's advice, do we know the size of bedrooms 5 and 6?
I have measured all the rooms and I have placed them against our SBD expectations. The size of the rooms are they on your handouts? I believe I put them on there. Are they not? No. Okay. Would you like me to read out all the bedroom sizes?
Well, just 5 and 6, really.
Sorry. I'm looking at the wrong one. Sorry, I don't have the sizes noted down, but I have measured them all, and they do all comply with 7.5, which is what we ask for.
Guess we'll have to take your word for that then. Okay, that's fine.
Councillor Stagg.
Is it necessary? The conservation guidelines are obviously not being adhered to as far as this particular thing is concerned. So is it the intention of the Plan Department or the Council to actually get rid of that section? Because otherwise this is going to come up in every single one that wants to have a dormer window put in, and that therefore it ends up not being in character with the original terrace.
Mrs. Upton-Brown.
Yeah, again, and we've sort of touched on precedent a bit, but it is looking at each application and actually looking at what is the character of that specific area. So whilst we put in guidelines, sort of a sort of an overarching ambition for conservation areas, we nevertheless need to then look at what is the character of the specific area we're looking at, and how does the proposal preserve or and enhance that character. So it's a general position, and then we need to then look at each case and look at what the character of that area is and make a judgment whether what's been proposed, how it preserves or enhances the character of that particular conservation area and that part of the conservation area.
Supplementary.
But to me, the character of that terrace is one without dormer windows. There are only two, which somehow or other I have no idea how that came about, that they were agreed. So still, the majority of the terrace is without dormer windows. So if this carries on, the character of it won't be a conservation area any longer, because the character of the buildings, all of them will be changed if all of them then get dormer windows. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I totally understand, and that's part of your judgment this afternoon. Our assessment of the situation is that, in our view, we don't feel that a further dormer would detract from the character of the conservation area, but that's your judgment this afternoon, whether you agree with that assessment.
So if I do disagree with that and vote against it on that basis, I'm okay in doing so in planning law, am I?
Well, our professional recommendation to you is that it's acceptable, but if you're making a judgment that it isn't, then if we ended up in a situation where permission was refused and we were then at appeal, we would have to articulate to an inspector why we thought a further dormer was unacceptable and affected the character of that conservation area.
Well, I don't want that to happen, obviously, which is why I'm asking, if I did vote against it, am I putting the council in jeopardy, or have I got a valid point that it's out of character with the conservation standards?
Basically, what you're asking is, if this were to go to appeal, could we sustain an appeal on those grounds?
Well, the planning judgment is no, you couldn't, but that's for you to decide as a committee whether you agree with that judgment.
A question from the Chair before I come to Councillor Pitt. Mrs Blackwell has commented upon a number of matters, including overlooking. Could you tell me how far this dormer window will be from the nearest window of a property to the rear of it in, was it Nicholl Street, and what would be the angle which would be subtended? What would be the angle that you'd have to look at to see that window?
First of all, this block of flats is a rather bland elevation with, I think, one window, a small side window. They're very small windows to the side. In terms of distance, there you can see the dormer, but given that the position of the first floor windows and the setback of the dormer, it's my professional opinion that there would not be significant overlooking or harm caused by the dormer to amenity, given the separation distance, the already existing position of first floor windows, and the fact that this side elevation has very small windows which appear, I'm pretty sure they were obscure glazed.
Okay, thank you. So that would be at about an angle of 45 degrees, and at a distance, we're looking at least, what, about 25 to 30 metres, aren't we? But you don't have the exact distance. No. Okay. Okay, the matter isn't scaled. Councillor Pitt?
Yes, just for a bit of clarification around the conservation issue. I think I am right in saying that whilst the conservation area restrictions mean that any additional dormers have to come through this process in order for us to come to a consideration on them, the fact that it exists has enabled you on this occasion to insist on the amendments to the application so that the additional dormer, if granted, is consistent with the other two in the area, whereas if we removed the restriction on that in this conservation area, we could potentially end up with a whole higgledy-piggledy set of dormer windows in the top of those properties.
Yes, I'd like to say we have worked very hard with the applicant to ensure that the front dormer matches as closely as possible we can get. Obviously, since 1966, we do have building regs with insulation, so we can't get it exactly, but you know, we've tried to match it as closely as possible to ensure that there's continuity to that terrace row to the front.
Thank you.
Councillor Smythe.
I'm sorry, this is in a sense supplementary to my previous question. Certainly a large amount of Ms Blackwell's deputation was about the HMO and the difficulty of having so many people living in the property, rubbish and so on and so forth. I still don't understand, and I'm sorry, forgive me, I'm fairly new on this committee, why there wouldn't be a need for an additional planning permission for more rooms in an HMO. And secondly, it says here under the planning history on page 17 that there is a planning permission, but it's conditional, given for an HMO in the property, 6/12/17, and I don't understand what those conditions were and whether they relate to anything that we're considering today. It seems to me that the objection is, excuse me, as much on the over-intensive occupation of the house by people who are not apparently easy to be neighbours to, as it is about the dormers.
So the property was granted permission to from C4 to C3C4 in December 2017. C4 means you can have 3 to 6 unrelated people living there. Yes. This application would see 6 bedrooms, so it is within C4. Okay.
I think it's 9 bedrooms.
So bedroom B1 to B6.
Okay. But there. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Existing and proposed. I'm so sorry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry, if I might interject on that point. C4 actually sets a limit by reference to the number of residents, not bedrooms, as well. So that's an extra point to be borne in mind.
I'm sorry.
With regards to the conditional permission, that could have related to time, plans, or a condition we usually put regarding to bicycle storage facilities.
Comments, members? Councillor Jones.
Thank you much. We have lifted off. Could you go back to the front elevation picture, please? The other one, the wider one that shows the whole terrace. So the reason that this is in a conservation area particularly is because of the 2 cream rendered buildings up there. One used to be a pub, I think it's now a restaurant, and Jubilee House. I lived in Jubilee House 21 years ago, and you probably can't see it because it's quite a dark picture, but there is a front, really ugly, 1970s, 80s maybe, box dormer on the top of that house. The dormer was there when I lived there 21 years ago. And, you know, we have to bear in mind that the reason that these 1960s houses are being subject to the higher level of scrutiny because of a conservation area is for various reasons of this part of Old Portsmouth, but particularly those properties, those cream rendered properties there. And as you can see, they have set their own precedent in having a particularly unattractive front dormer, albeit quite functional. So I think this is a really straightforward application. I'm quite surprised it's here, and I'm happy to propose the officer's recommendation because there are absolutely no grounds whatsoever for justified refusal.
Is that seconded? It is seconded by Councillor Stubbs. Are there any other proposals? Okay, let us go to the vote on that. It has been proposed by Councillor Jones, seconded by Councillor Stubbs, that conditional permission be granted. Those in favour, please show. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those against, please show. 2. The conditional permission is granted. Thank you. We've now been going for 2¼ hours. I propose a 10-minute break. I would remind people that there is a wedding reception in the place where we normally get coffee. So if you want coffee, you've got to move fast somewhere else. Okay. Members? Members, we come now to item 5, which is 69 Wadham Road. Will Mr. Ben George and Mr. J. Durai please come to the table? Oh, and Miss Dolores Lowe. So we have two objectors, Mr. George and Ms. Lowe, and Mr. Durai. Have you come to the table? Right. So they're not here to make a secondary objection. We therefore move straight to the officer's report.
Good afternoon. This application is for a change of use from C3 to Class C4 or C3. It is noted the application was deferred at last month's planning committee for further investigation into HMOs within the 50-metre radius. Before I update you on the findings, just a quick recap for people who weren't here. The application relates to a two-storey terrace dwelling located to the south of Wadham Road. There's the property. There it is on the map. It's the principal elevation and rear. Apologies, the pictures are not great. There was a lot of overgrown foliage in the garden. Floor plans and room sizes, all room sizes meet the SBD criterion. Some site photos inside the property. Okay. So, with regards to an update, I would like to note that Councillor Peter Harris emailed me today at 11:26 asking me to investigate further information, further HMOs. However, it was too late at that point for this to be included on SMAT, so I will sure just do this verbally. So I myself went out to site and conducted site visits to every property within the 50-metre radius of the site. We checked with licensing, we checked the planning history, we've also checked council tax records. From my findings, I now conclude that 58 and 60 Gladys Avenue, it was confirmed on site these are HMOs, whether or not they're authorised or unauthorised, the planning enforcement team are investigating. 75 Wadham Road is confirmed as an HMO, again, the planning enforcement team are investigating. Authorised HMOs that we already knew about are 64 North End Road, and we can now discount 74 Gladys Avenue. The owner of both flats, who also lives in one of the flats, has confirmed both flats are not in use as HMO. So on that basis, we now consider including 69 Wadham Road there to be 5 HMOs, which would bring the total to 6.84%, which is below the 10% threshold. And as such, it is considered that the community is not already imbalanced by a concentration of HMO uses, and the application would not result in imbalance of such uses. All other reasons are put forward in the committee report, and the recommendation is for conditional permission. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Councillor Stubbs.
Just the one. At the last committee, we granted permission for 37 Wadham Road, which I'm looking at there. I'm going to say it's probably outside of the circle, but can you confirm that?
I can confirm it is outside of a 50-metre radius.
Comments from members? Councillor Elcombe.
Well, first of all, I guess, is to say that Councillor Peter Harris was proved right. He made his deputation last month and insisted there were others, and he's been exonerated in that view. Obviously, if there are others he wants requesting, I assume those are ones you've already looked at. Okay, so I think for me, for the number of years I've been on this committee, I've always had a bit of an issue with this 50-metre radius, because whilst we're looking at HMOs in surrounding streets, we're only looking at half the street that the HMO were trying to approve in. So whilst, 37's outside the circle, there might be, for all I know, another dozen further down the road, and the impact on parking and lots of other things occurs in the street, not necessarily what happens in surrounding streets. So I've got a bit of an issue with that, but that being our current rule, which I have suggested on numerous occasions we look at again, that being the current rule and the fact we're under the 10%, I see no other option but to recommend the officers, agree to officers' recommendation.
We have a majority in favour. Planning permission is granted. We now have two items, items 6 and 7, which concern the D-Day Museum. I have one person who wishes to make a deputation, which is a Councillor Pitt. I intend to take both item 6 and item 7 together, since it is a full application plus listed building consent. And as soon as the papers have been put out, I will ask for the officer's report. I have been informed that should there be any matters of fact which members wish to inquire about, there are a number of people who have been involved in the application, in drawing up this, in the original planning, who are sitting in the audience, who would be willing to answer specific questions. And it is, although unusual, given the nature of this application, my intention that questions can be asked of them if there are any. Yep.
Just for the benefit of people watching in here, what is quorate in this meeting?
Sorry?
What is the quorate of this meeting?
We are quorate. We are quorate. It might require the chairman to exercise his vote or something at some stage, but at the moment we are quorate. Can I have the officer's report, please?
Thank you, Chair. So the application site is sort of rectangular. The application site also includes some land on the other side of Clarence Esplanade, where there is intended to be tree planting. So the application site here is an area of grass verge and a path that goes around it. It's bounded by the carriageway of Clarence Esplanade to the north and the historic wall to the D-Day car park on the other side. The site is part of Southsea Common, so it's protected open space. It's a registered park. It's part of the seafront conservation area. There are also other heritage assets that I've put some details on the slide there. So you've got Southsea Castle, as I showed, an ancient monument. The wall to the car park is on the list of locally important buildings, and there is one lamppost that it will be easy to see on another slide, affected by the proposed development. So the eastern boundary of the site is the current car park entrance. And I've included another image here of 4 trees east of the car park entrance that are not affected by the application before you today. It is part of a quite sort of verdant strip of tree and other shrub planting, and because it's a feature that you'll see in other photographs, there is a very sort of visually dominant tree, a Monterey cypress, in the images, and it is also not affected by this proposal. However, the 4 trees on the previous slide, thanks for doing this, sorry. And these other 8 marked 1 to 8 here, and corresponding in the images that we've got here, are 12 memorial trees planted to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the D-Day landings. These 8 trees are proposed to be relocated in the other part of the application site that I showed you north of Clarence Esplanade. In both the 2 red edges that you saw on the earlier slide, there are 51 individual trees and 2 groups, and a total of 30 individual trees and 1 group are to be fully retained. 5 of poor quality and, from an arboricultural management point of view, going to be removed. Obviously there's 8 for translocation, if that's practical, and to mitigate the loss there is other tree planting as part of the proposal. So the proposal is for the sighting and static display of a landing craft LCT 7074 at 60 metres long and 9.1 metres wide. This craft is large and would have a considerable presence on Southsea Common. There is a proposal for a roof, which is this inset plan. You can probably just about make out a broken line here, which is the position of the roof canopy over the vessel. It's supported on 12 columns that you can make out here, and it will be up to 13.2 metres in height. There is a proposal for a new entrance to the car park. I hope you can just about make out an orange mark on there, which is the relocation of an existing listed lamp column that is necessitated by the proposed new access. Sorry, this is described, so sighting and static display of the landing craft. It would involve excavation of 2 metre deep maintenance only basin that you'll be able to see in a section in a moment, as the canopy, the car park and the lamp post. So some images, obviously a 3D visual of the vessel with the waveform roof above it. This is taken from a model of the proposal. This is a historic photograph of the vessel. This is a 3D visual from the other direction, and I'm sorry about the quality of it, but that is the vessel itself. So I've included this section to show you the basin that would sit beneath the vessel. Also, because of the waveform of the roof, this is the lowest point of the canopy at point 4 that I'll show you in the next image, and this is the highest part of the canopy at 11. It also helps to give you some idea of the relationship of the vessel, the canopy, to an example of the listed lampposts that you've got on Clarence Esplanade and the historic wall to the south. So the lowest part, column 4, is here. and the highest part, column 11 here, as I say, up to 13.2 metres. I was hoping we might be able to see those details a little better on the top, but this was included to give you some kind of comparison of the heights of the canopy, the vessel itself, in relation to the War Memorial on the Common, Clarence Pier, and the Ferris wheel that you've got on Clarence Pier. Now, I've included this slide and an extract from the Design and Access Statement in that it sets the position with regards to the translocation of trees at the time of the submission of the planning application. It makes reference to 6 of the trees moved by tree spade, which is an example on the back of some sort of truck here with the tree inside it. And I've included this image to show you that they actually sort of come in different sizes, obviously depending on the tree that they are looking to translocate. These other images show the fact that the largest trees are intended to be moved by root ball and frame. So here's the framework, obviously the protection of the root ball, and an example sitting on the flatbed of a truck. Work has been ongoing since the submission of the application around the deliverability of translocation of the trees. It's now looking, because of works that the team and Parks have been doing, like this tree spade will probably only be suitable for 2 or 3 of the trees, so the others would need to be by this frame and root ball method. Part of the judgment that you'll be making today is ultimately about the fact that the trees are going to be lost from their current position, and an intention to put them somewhere else within the conservation area or the registered park. There are issues around the success rates associated with translocation of trees, and with advice provided by Mr. Knight and the research that I've done on the internet myself, Ruskin's website talk of 90% success rate. And ultimately, obviously these are memorial trees, but the other reason why you use these methods are because actually it is comparable to buying the sort of the sort of biggest replacement tree that you could buy sort of starting afresh. So the intentions are to translocate the trees where practicable, but there are issues around the deliverability, and ultimately there will be 12 trees, and the hope and expectation is they will be in that area of the site shown red, albeit advice that appears in the Arboricultural Officer's consultation response and the ongoing advice that we're getting, there will be commemorative trees, but they aren't necessarily in the position that had been shown originally when the application was submitted. There obviously is an issue in all of this around the fact that memorial trees, it's the emotion associated with that I'm sure you'll all be, some more than others, but experiencing, assessing the impact on the appearance of the site and the conservation area by the loss of the trees. But the planning weight around those more intangible issues around them being memorial trees are much more challenging from a planning perspective. This is the last slide, slightly takes a sort of full circle. I've included once again those relevant local sort of designations. I've also included an image of where the new car park access will be and the column that requires relocation further east as a consequence of putting that new Belmouth entrance in there. But at the heart of your decision making today is the fact that there will be harm by this development by the loss of open space. There is harm associated with impacts on the heritage assets, and you need to weigh those against the public benefits of this project. Section 66 of the Listed Building and Conservation Areas Act places a duty on local planning authorities to have special regard to preserving a listed building and its setting, and Section 72 to pay special attention to preserving or enhancing the character and appearance of a conservation area. This vessel and 10 tanks were, at Normandy on the 6th of June 1944. There are unique circumstances and enormous importance around its history to D-Day, to World War II, to the Royal Navy, and British shipbuilding in general, and all of that is accepted and not in question. The project benefits are described by the applicants in the design and access statement and repeated at pages 46 and 47 of your report. To accord with national and local policy, existing open space should not be built on unless the recreational and wider public benefits outweigh the loss. Similarly, the harm to heritage assets that is reviewed in some detail at pages 48 to 52, and that in aggregate equate to a high level of impact overall, regard's got to be given to those. At the time of dealing with the application and writing this report, there is some references to the fact that there wasn't a heritage statement assessing the impact on those assets. It had been prepared, it was issued when it was drawn to the agent's attention, so they have done an assessment. It would be fair to say it doesn't come to the same conclusion about the level of harm. It suggests some of the components are low or medium rather than your officers' views that are set out for each of those assets, and as I say, come to the conclusion that it is a high level overall. The report concludes on both matters, harm to the loss of open space and on its impact on heritage assets, and that the wider benefits outweigh that harm in heritage and conservation terms, and that judgment is a finely balanced one, and references made to that finding on balance based on the attraction of this to the museum, to understanding the D-Day story and the cultural offer to Southsea that the landing craft would contribute. So the recommendations on the application for planning permission is conditional permission subject to conditions. And on the second application, the listed building consent for relocation of the listed lamp column is one of consent, again subject to a condition about a method statement for the relocation of the lamp column. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much for that comprehensive report. Councillor Pitt, you have, I think on this matter, it is sufficiently important to the future of the city, I will waive the 6-minute rule.
That's very good of you, Chair, because we had originally intended that Jane and Nick would join me at the table today. So the people you referred to earlier on, Jane Mee from Portsmouth Museum Service and Nick Hewitt from the National Museum of the Royal Navy are the joint project leaders on this. and Giles Pritchard, who's the architect. So they are all with us today if there are any specialist technical questions that anyone did want answered. But in their absence from joining me at the table, I will try and cover as many matters as possible. And I'll start by addressing the fine balance that Alan referred to in relation to Section 66 and Section 72. And I agree with him. It is a fine balance, but the officers have reached a conclusion, and I'm going to try and add a bit more colour to the background reading, which would suggest why they've reached that conclusion. LCT 7074 is the last surviving landing craft tank from D-Day. There were 800 of them that left these shores to go to Normandy, and it's the only one still in existence. So I had a teacher at school who used to get very cross if people use the expression a bit unique or fairly unique, because something is either unique or it is not, and there is nothing in between. So I am quite confident on this occasion that I can say that this is a unique opportunity for our city. The direct links that it has to crew who it landed on the beaches in Normandy on the 7th of June. The fact that we've already managed to, through background research, also locate pit photographs of 2 of the tanks that were actually on it on that occasion. And the fact that it also gives us an opportunity to redisplay the 2 tanks that people fondly remember from outside the D-Day Museum, actually in the context of being on a landing craft tank. I don't think it's possible to overstate the historic importance. This ship isn't recognised nationally for its importance. As I've said, it's the only one of its kind, and therefore we have a window of opportunity to take this project forward, because it was raised from the riverbed up in Liverpool, and it has started to deteriorate from that point, and therefore its immediate necessity for conservation and preservation are pressing. And if we were to postpone this project indefinitely, then there is a strong likelihood that the vessel will fail, and therefore the only option will be to scrap it. The other difficulty around that conservation work is it's currently in the ship hall in the naval base, and it is there at the grace and favour of the MOD. And should they decide that they have another requirement for that space in the ship hall, or should we have a heightened alert or any military requirement for it, it would have to move very quickly, and would therefore need to be stored on a barge, making the conservation work even more difficult. So we are in a bit of a sticky position here in terms of the time window that we have to deal with this. I was with the Heritage Lottery Fund this morning, and the case officer and others were down here to have a look at the craft and walk around it and get a good look. They are also aware of the timescale involved. What we need to do is, subject to the planning permission being granted, we need to do the initial work scoping out the trees to see what is and is not possible, because as Andy Knight will definitely tell you if you ask him in a minute, that there are all sorts of questions around that we cannot specifically, definitively answer at this stage, but that work needs to begin fairly promptly in order to give the trees the best chance of survival. We need to be on site in February next year to begin by the end of February anyway, to begin the work on creating the inspection trench that this vessel will sit on. And then we have a window towards the end of 2019 where it's intended to move the craft round to Southsea Beach, land it on the beach. Another unique thing, the landing craft tank will actually land on a beach, as it did in Normandy, which will no doubt get national news and probably international news coverage for the city, something money really can't buy, and will then be put into position. I have had questions from a number of members of the council around the use of the vessel once it's there. It is not going to be a static exhibit that is not interacted with by members of the public. It is going to be an attraction, and it will be intrinsically linked to the D-Day Museum via a ticketing structure. So the D-Day Museum, or D-Day Story as it's now called, will have its ticket price increased in order to facilitate a joint ticket with LCT. So this is not a separate thing, it's intrinsically linked to it, hence its need to co-locate it with the D-Day Story and not elsewhere around the seafront or anywhere else in the city. The business case is built around that. there is no opportunity that we can see for facilitating entirely separate staffing, ticketing, marketing, and all the other things that would go with it if it was anywhere other than here. And I also understand, and myself asked the question about an alternative position adjacent to the D-Day Museum and the potential for locating it somewhere in the vicinity of the D-Day car park. We believe would have a greater impact on other heritage assets, particularly Southsea Castle and a visual amenity around that. And also we have to remember that coach parking is very limited in Southsea, and this is the primary coach parking site, and locating the vessel on the other side of the wall would massively reduce the coach parking facility in the seafront area. So moving it from there to another place would raise an equal number of issues which we might not be able to overcome. So it's having it there as a landmark on the seafront, as a talking point, a visitor attraction that people will be able to go on board and look around the whole vessel, including looking through the very small letterbox-like slot that the commander of the vessel would have been looking through as it was approaching D-Day. I can say, on a note of personal experience, when I actually went on board and looked at it, I had thought I'd seen all sorts of movies and stuff that recreated the experience of D-Day, but not until I stood on there and looked through that did I actually get some perception of what that must have been like. So we have an opportunity to develop the social history around it. We have the diary of the officer in command of the vessel, which is always unique, that we should have that asset, bearing in mind it only had 12 crew. So we can show how they lived, how they interacted with the tank crews, what other uses the vessels were put to in terms of transporting supplies, tanks, ambulance vehicles, etc. over to Normandy. So it's a social experience as well as just a military heritage asset. There'll be a walkway on the outside which is located on the D-Day wall side, which will enable visitors to exit from the interior of the vessel to the outside and walk down so that they can look back in. And it is intended that we, as the attraction develops, supported by 96 volunteers who've already volunteered for this project, something we think is quite unprecedented, that before it's even there, people are queuing up to help. There'll be a range of experiences that you can get around the vessel and see exactly how it operated. And then when you consider that in direct relationship with the D-Day story, which tells everything else around it. And actually, I was with James at the D-Day Museum earlier, and he was saying that it's only since the LCT project came forward that they've realised just how much of the D-Day story itself is based around things that involve the LCTs and how they got the crews over there. So this really does, firstly, secure an asset that we've already got, and which is getting fantastic reviews since it reopened, the D-Day story. It also gives us the opportunity to work with the Heritage Lottery Fund to expand that and create an offer that doesn't just draw people to Southsea for 2 to 3 hours, as it currently is, but potentially for half a day plus. And in terms of the local economic benefit, the importance of tourism to the city and the visitor economy, other businesses located in the seafront area, that can be incredibly beneficial for the whole of the seafront economy, and especially when we've got things like the Sea Defences project coming forward. All of this will sit together to enhance Portsmouth. So there are a couple of things that I think it is worth addressing very specifically, and that is around the issue with the trees, because I know that's going to be a concern for members today. The 8 memorial trees that are there are part of a 12-tree memorial which was not dedicated to any individual. It was a memorial to D-Day itself. And the 12 trees represent the 12 nations who took part, Allied nations who took part in the landings. That story's kind of been lost over the years. So it's the intention of the team to, please bear with us because this is a moving feast, it's moving quite rapidly, but we're looking into a new planting of 12 trees to better show that memory project, especially now we have the memory wall nearby as well with the tiles on it, which people may have seen, to rededicate the 12 memorial trees without removing the 4 that are remaining on site, and with every effort being made to relocate the other 8. Alan's quite right, our updated assessment shows that 3 In all likelihood, 3 of the trees can be successfully moved and transplanted with a tree spade. The other 5 are far more problematic, and until, we have to be honest, until we actually start to excavate the roots and get a look at them and the condition that the trees are in, I can't sit here and guarantee to you that all 5 of those other trees will survive. I can't even guarantee to you that the other 3 will. What I can say is, when I became Cabinet Member in May, the proposal as it stood was to chop them all down and proceed with the project. I felt that we should do everything we could to preserve those trees. And the planning condition will state that we won't just, if any of them can't be moved or subsequently fail, they will not be replaced with a stick with a bit of metal wire around it, and I hope it grows. They will be replaced with the most mature available like-for-like replacements, or at least most appropriate replacements. Something else Andy will probably mention is that home oaks do have a risk of failure, and he will probably assess that risk to be fairly high. With the 3 that are smaller, they have a much better chance. So we're not going to make promises that we know we may not be able to keep. What we are saying is we recognise the importance of the trees. We recognise the importance of trees to Portsmouth, and that is our intention to plant 12 more and make sure that any of the 8 that do fail are replaced with the most mature tree that we can possibly purchase, and make sure that they're positioned on the seafront where they will have the most chance of success. That's why you may hear from Claire that it's a possibility that we may have to look at other areas within the seafront realm where positioning the trees will give them a better chance of survival than the existing development site. So please bear with us that this is not the way you would normally be asked to consider an application, but given those time constraints that I've articulated to you, hopefully you understand that this is a unique opportunity with a time-critical time window that we have to be working towards, and we also need to be sending a very clear message to the Heritage Lottery Fund, who are about to make their deliberations on the funding, that this does have support from the Council. If it didn't get planning permission, that could materially impact on their decision as well. So obviously you have to make your decisions today based on material planning law, and your assessment of that, but I think hopefully that's given you enough of an overview to assist you in making those decisions, and thank you for indulgence with the additional time, Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Councillor Pitt. I regret you now have to withdraw, but we will call you back for the final item.
I don't need to come back to the lamp post.
Okay. Members, it seems that we have a major decision to make today. It's a question of, is this the right location for LC 7480? This will necessitate certain relocation of a major memorial. How much flexibility should we give to the Council if we are prepared to relocate the memorial? We need advice on species and size. We need also to have a look at the question not merely of the tank landing craft itself, but also at the way in which it is going to be covered and the design of that. These are the matters, some major matters, which we need to consider. I will start off by seeking whether there are any questions which people wish to ask, or any other specifics. Councillor Smythe, you've been waving at me.
I'm entirely persuaded by the business case and the link with the D-Day Museum. However, I think that we haven't quite been given all the information we need on this, and this may account for the rather surprising lack of public comment on this application. I mean, my comments and questions are based on the fact that this is an absolutely enormous thing that will be located within a site that's characterised by low rise, the tennis pavilion, coffee place, the certain number of small pavilions, some nice planting, and all the lovely work that's been done to make the D-Day Museum such a much improved attraction, of which I think it's been marvellous. I'm glad to see that the location of the vessel is not right up against the memorial wall, which I had thought previously, because I don't think it's been. I would have liked to see much more visuals to explain this to us. Could you put up the slide again that has the comparison of the heights with the various other things down the seafront? Yes, the top one. I mean, I don't think we should underestimate the enormity of this thing. It's colossal. And you will be able to, I would have liked to have seen a nice mock-up of photographs showing views from various parts of the seafront, which I live near and I know and I love and I use regularly, of what this great big mass will look like. And I think I'd like the design of the roof. I'm glad it's not just a kind of straight roof, but 13.5 metres or whatever the highest bit is very high. So I've got 3 questions then that relate to that concern. First of all, you don't clearly show, I don't think, the relationship of the mass of the ship against the existing height of the wall between the highway and the car park. It's not that I can see very clearly. That's my first question. What's the relationship between that and the wall behind it? My second question relates to the land uses opposite, which I think you should have really shown. Where is there will certainly be a shadow effect going right across the road that will affect the amount of sunlight in the other side of the road, I would guess anyway. And that concerns me, that we're going to have a great swathe of public amenity space that's going to be in shadow, certainly at the end of the day and in winter afternoons and things. What are the land uses on the other side of the road? They're not marked up, but one of them must be the tennis club cafe. Is it? I can't even see. Yes, it must have been the one on the. If we look at this plan here, I think we should have been informed what will be affected in the neighbourhood of it.
The splash pool, the tennis courts, the volleyball. This has had some temporary use on it, I think, during the big tourist events.
Okay, so can you just highlight the position of the ship against that?
So
I kind of felt it should have been on this diagram.
The vessel and the canopy is in this position here.
Okay, thank you. So will it cast a big shadow over the volleyball pitch, for example?
So this broken line here is the extent of the canopy.
Yes.
So it is set back from the back edge of the footway here, and the carriageways itself is very wide, and there is a grass verge. I mean, at the lowest point of the sun in winter, it may well throw a shadow for some distance, but there really is quite significant separation distances there before you get to those uses on the northern side of Clarence Esplanade.
I know this. I do think we ought to have had that. I don't think we have, as a city council, presented this as clearly as we might to the public, and it does concern me as a ward councillor for that ward which will be affected that there will be. I'm very surprised, and I'm indeed following the lead from the fact that we haven't had a lot of public interest in this, and there's been no deputations, because this is an absolutely enormous thing. So my last question was, is there any possibility of us being able to lower the whole thing? I know we're going to be digging a 2-metre hole to put the vessel in. Is there any possibility of reducing the height overall just a little bit more, perhaps by the use of further digging down to reduce the mass just a little bit? Because I think it's a very big thing. I mean, I'm just to say, if I might, Chair, I'm entirely persuaded by the attraction benefit of. I'm entirely persuaded of the business case that it has to be near the D-Day Museum. I suppose in my heart of hearts, I thought it might be displayed to better advantage rather than being somewhat crammed in here. If we could have created a separate a separate venue for it out perhaps in Eastney, where we could have seen it, as it were, against the backdrop of the sea, which is its natural environment. So, I mean, I remain a little disappointed about that, but I am persuaded by the business case that it needs to be part of the D-Day. But I think we must brace ourselves for seeing just how very enormous it is, and the fact that I don't think the plans we've been presented with shows that clearly enough.
Okay. I hope you're satisfied by the answer I've given to question 2. Your first question was about the relationship of its scale massing to the historic wall. That's the historic wall to the car park in relation to what will be a thin roof at this edge. And this is its sort of lowest part, so that the whole thing is in a wave form to deal with the fact that the vessel's taller at this end than the other end. Also, whilst there is a maintenance-only basin beneath the vessel, my understanding is that this is attempting to show it as though it would sort of might be viewed, well, not on choppy waters, but sort of on the sea. So there probably is little scope to alter the scale of the waterproof and weatherproof canopy, but obviously the advantages of that are sought to outweigh it being left sort of in the open. Obviously, it's kept as low as sort of practical this end because of its design as a wave form. So I think there is, it's designed this way to minimise its impact, although at a maximum of 13.2 metres, it's going to have some presence on the common, which I think I did mention in my presentation. Has that satisfied you on the 3 questions?
Yes, thank you. And I have no comments to make about the trees, you'll be glad to hear.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I've only got the one question. I've got lots of comments which I'll address at the appropriate time. I just want confirmation, really, that the new entrance at the western end is purely to allow, presumably, uninterrupted pedestrian access between the D-Day story and the landing craft. You don't want cars cutting across the route. Is that the only reason for it? Because obviously, in achieving that, we are taking out another lump of the wall.
So that's the section of wall that needs to be removed, around 20 metres. 10 metres, sorry. It's 2 pounds, it's 10 metres. It is in the report of a length of wall that's 200 metres. So this is attempting to get a satisfactory access egress for all the size of vehicles that use the car park. And so we kept the minimum, but obviously it is a significant gap. Obviously this is the western end of the vessel that will simply have some sort of rain preventing anything getting underneath the vessel. Obviously on the east side there is this sort of graded walkway to get you to the entrance level of the vessel. That is, the front of the landing craft itself.
So the answer is yes, I was correct. It's to protect the walkway. Thank you, Alan.
Councillor Smith, then Councillor Stagg.
On page 39, it talks about the trees, because I will talk about trees. And it says about the common is particularly exposed. How much of a risk is it that they won't actually take on the common, or where they're going to be moved to? I should think so.
Yeah, I probably am. The trees where they were planted to form the memorial were planted in the shelter of the existing wall. and have established over the last 30 years and are doing quite well. The relocation of them would put them out onto the exposed common where the existing trees are of particularly poor form, largely because they've been wind sculpted and all grow in the direction of the prevailing wind. Add into the mix the fact that you are going to excavate these trees with a huge chunk of their root plate missing and then put them out into an exposed environment where, without adequate or sufficient anchoring or guying, they're probably going to have a stability issue during the winter gales. Hence the comment that the trees may need to go somewhere else. We haven't seen the method statements for the proposals for moving the trees yet. They have been asked for as far as I know. But until we've got greater detail and clarity of the process, it's not easy to comment on how successful the relocation is going to be, because so many different things come into the mix. That area of the common until recently was prone to flooding, and we spent a winter running an auger through it and putting drain holes into it because it suffers from some kind of pan whereby water sits on top of it. I don't know what's underneath it. I suspect it's a mixture of clay, silt and beach. Not an ideal environment for trees, but that said, holm oaks do seem to thrive in that part of the city. We've got so many of them. So I've got to be honest, Councillor, I can't give you a detailed answer because I just haven't got the information yet to draw any conclusions from.
Councillor Stagg.
Thank you. When would you be considering taking the trees out and replanting them? Very soon? Because I mean, if it's soon, it's near the end of the planting season, isn't it?
Tree planting season ideally is November through March, Councillor. As far as this kind of relocation process is concerned, from the research that I've done and the way I understand it, you would need to do preparation this winter. You would need to allow the trees a full growing season to establish sufficient fine fibrous roots to support them through the transplant process. So if we do the preparation this winter, they need next year's growing season, so you're going to be talking at next autumn, October, November, before you consider relocating them, and then they have the winter gales to contend with, and we hope that they establish and they get the correct aftercare to enable that establishment.
Thank you. And how would that fit in with building plans?
Do we have an answer from any member of the team?
So the proposal really is to try and get landing craft tank on site for next November. So we need to look at the programme of doing the construction work and removing the tree and how that impacts on the left stand. The aim is next November.
There certainly seems to be a timing problem there. Councillor Udi?
I kind of want to clarify on what Councillor Stagg asked, because on conditions for permission on 3 and 4 about no development shall take place at the site until it has been submitted, approved by local planning for a scheme of landscaping that should specify the species, blah, blah, blah. Number 4, safeguarding of all trees. So no development should take place until there's a scheme for safeguarding of all trees. So would you spend this winter deciding what's happening to the trees and then the development will start happening after that, or you have to move the trees first in order for development to start? I just want the clarification on that.
Safeguarding of trees during the developments, the safeguarding the trees that are being retained at that location. So we're talking about fencing, ground protection, basically a construction exclusion zone where no works are undertaken around the trees because they are to be retained. We also seek a method statement detailing the process for the relocation of the other trees, without which we're kind of not content to let the development start.
Okay, thank you. I think I might have a supplementary, but I'm not sure. A supplementary question. Obviously, I'm concerned about the trees, but I want to be really honest and say that until all these came through, I did not know it was a memorial. I think a lot of people in Portsmouth may not have realised the trees were a memorial. I do have a family grew up in Portsmouth. I'm always being told the stories from World War II. My nan, who passed away, like people who lived through World War II are unfortunately dying, and we're not hearing those stories as much anymore. So I feel like a lot of people wouldn't know what those memorials were. Could we, this is my question, could we put a condition on approval that if there is failure when moving the new trees, that we have a backup memorial which we would have in place to put forward, like maybe trying to put trees, even if it's not near the D-Day Museum, like having a new memorial in place to commemorate, to replace the memorial in case the trees fail?
Okay, councillor. So at the eastern end of the current memorial is a memorial stone with a plaque on it which details that the trees were planted to commemorate the 40th anniversary of D-Day by Heads of State of the Allied Powers, etc., etc. Don't know whether that's to be relocated with the trees or not, but it's knowing the final location of the memorial trees before you can putting any conditions on to whether you put a more lasting, permanent stone type memorial with it, I would suggest.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, there's some questions from the chair. The first one concerns the covering, this wave structure. It would appear that the pillars which are holding it up are all of an equal height. I would like to know from the architect why that design with pillars at an equal height, therefore the pillars standing proud of the lower part of the roofing was decided upon. So that would be a question for the architect. I then have some questions for Andy Knight, as he knows I'm a great lover of holm oaks, and so, but also I suppose I had better declare an interest. A, I am a ward councillor for this area, and B, my father landed from one of these driving his tank off on D-Day. So, but the first question goes to the architect.
Okay, so in terms of design, obviously, in coming to the design of the canopy, it's a kind of process we're going through in terms of arriving at the final solution. And we did look at options about how high the canopy was, how high this ship would sit on the site, and how we balance access onto it. When we developed the wave form of the canopy, we originally had the design based on essentially 65. Do you want me to go on there?
Use the microphone, please.
Sorry.
That better? That'll be better.
Is that better?
Okay, thank you very much.
So when we did the first look at the design of the canopy, we based it on essentially 65 structural members, into which we would wave a canopy structure in between. As we developed the design, what we were concerned about is that that was forming a wall as a backdrop. And we were really keen, for two reasons. One, to make the structure as open as possible. One, that when you've got distant views across the common, it's reducing the impact. I mean, okay, it still has an impact. And secondly, when visitors go up on the side of the ship at the high level, they can look out quite clearly to the sea. It was really important to have a relationship between the landing craft and the view out to the sea. So during that design process, we changed from having lots of columns to the 12. And we were quite keen to pick up on the, whilst you've got the wave structure which relates to the ship, to try and pick up on the lines of the historic wall that was behind. So trying to reference some horizontal lines as part of the structure. So to keep the columns relating more to the ground, more to the wall, and the canopy structure relating more to the ship. So it was a kind of, it's a result of a design process. Does that answer your question?
I think so, yes. Can I? Can I supplement?
Okay,
didn't
you have
under-
a supplementary to that.
Yes, I didn't understand the answer properly, Chair.
Okay, sorry. I'll explain it again.
What would the design have been lacking, in your view, if you had cut short all those, as it were, superfluous horizontal, the vertical lines here?
It was, as I said, it was all about trying to get the design to relate to the wall. The spacing of the columns relate to the spacing of the brick buttresses
Yeah.
on the boundary wall. What we wanted was to try and place the canopy in relation to its setting. So the vertical posts are relating to the wall, and we wanted to, as I say, just pick up on the horizontal element of the wall as part of the vertical structure, and then just keep the canopy wave in front. Structurally, they don't.
I mean, you don't entirely do that, because on the eastern side of the development, you've got higher columns. So
The level of the columns throughout is the same. It's the wave structure at the front that goes up.
sorry, on this diagram, it looks like the columns are different height on the where it goes up.
Columns 9, 10, 11 and 12 on that diagram.
Okay, it's just the fact, the way the elevation is drawn. If you go back, sorry, if you can go back to the elevation drawing. Is it easy if I come and point to it?
Yes, no, that's it. I don't understand. I mean, either they're all the same height or they're not.
Okay, it's just it's a drawing.
Which kind of goes back to my original point about it's not quite adequately representing itself.
That's a column and that's a column. In that band, you'll see the underside of the canopy. These strips you're seeing are part of the timber soffit of the canopy. So here, you're seeing the canopy come forward. So we go back to this next section. So you're actually looking at the other side. So you're looking at the strip that's underneath there. So the strip on the other side of the canopy.
So we won't see.
All of the columns are the same height.
So what you are saying, from my understanding, is that the columns are the same height. The wave structure, however, is much higher than the head of the columns for columns 9, 10, 11 and 12, because it is at an angle.
Yes. So the pitch of the curve roof only does that curve.
The 3D visual is showing some bands, but they're quite difficult to see. That they're easy to see on the screen, but there are actually sort of bands, and I think that's what you're seeing in the on the north elevation, and reading it as a taller column.
I accept that, thank you. I mean, I just think it is a pity we haven't had very much clearer plans, and it might account for why we haven't got other members of the public who have been more, as concerned as I am about the mass and the bulk of this. But thank you.
A second question for the design team. You will we'll let that go for a second. You have a sunken section underneath the ship, so the ship will be. Will that extend the whole width of the ship, or will it be narrower? How will the ship be then maintained at ground level? And secondly, given that we're in flood zone 3 and that the water table in this area is not very much below common level, are you satisfied that it will be sufficiently tanked that you're not going to have a swimming pool?
There we go. Hello, can you hear me?
So the point about the inspection thing is the ship was obviously submerged for a number of years and has corroded very badly, and the project will do a huge amount of work to arrest that. But as with any historic ship, there is no question that we will have to continue to intervene to prevent corrosion going forward. So what we need is unrestricted access really for the National Museum of the Royal Navy Conservation Team, who will be inspecting the ship regularly. They need to be able to work under there. It's almost upright, isn't it? I think 1.8 metres, so they can work under there uninhibited, and they can get at every part of the ship. Part of the rest of the conservation process is opening up holes in the bottom of the ship, because the ship has a double bottom and is currently full of fluid and corrosion. So we'll be opening up the bottom, drying it out, and this will also allow them to get into all of those holes on a regular basis and inspect the bottom of the ship to make sure that the corrosion isn't coming back. So that's how that will work. It will be an integral part of preventing the disintegration of the ship. It will also allow us to have airflow through the double bottom spaces and underneath the ship. So it's a really important facility. Giles will explain how it works. Sorry, the second part of the question was more about the structure, I think.
So in terms of drainage, which was the question, during the design process, our consultants did a number of trial holes on the site to look at groundwater levels, working with the structural engineer who's designing the basin. He's confident that we won't have a flooding issue, but we have made provision in the project to put sump pumps in the bottom of the pit and connect it to the adjacent drainage system, should it be an issue.
My question to Mr. Knight concerns this whole question of flexibility. I think it is important that we retain a set of 12 trees. If we place them in an area and one of the trees fails, how would you replace this? I assume you would replace it with like for like, I hope a home oak, and what would you put a small one, a semi-mature, or how would you go about this?
Chair, the conversations that we've had currently, we would condition the replacement with the largest possible tree that we could procure and put in that location. That would probably be a semi-mature holm oak, and yeah, to maintain the memorial, I suggest that we would stick with the same species.
Thank you. Any further questions from members? Comments from members, please. Councillor Elcombe, then Councillor Stagg.
Thank you, Chair. A really exceptional project, which I think is a fantastic use of this remarkable boat. I'm not sure actually under strict naval guidance that it's a ship. I was always told as a boy you could have put a boat on a ship, but you couldn't put a ship on a boat. So I think it's actually a boat or a craft in this case. Anyway, I've listened to the concerns of my colleagues to my left about some of the impact of it, but to me this is the only place it can be. You know, it is part of the D-Day story. It's next to the D-Day Museum story. It's the only one left in the world, and it's here in Portsmouth on the seafront with all the other military attractions, the tanks, the Monty statue, etc., etc. And so to suggest putting it somewhere else on the seafront, I think, is A, impractical because you lose the link between the two, and B, you'd have the issue of ticketing, marketing, etc., two different sites. So from my perspective, I think this is the only place for it. It is a lot bigger on the plan than perhaps I've not seen the thing in real life, but obviously from the scale drawing it looks large, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. I think it will be a great attraction. And the issue, of course, is the only downside to the whole debate is these 12 memorial holm oaks. And I must admit, I'm a bit more ruthless than a tree hugger, so I tend to look at the more practical side of things, and we're talking about keeping 4 and moving 8. Well, the whole point was we had 12. So if we're having 8 in one place and 4 in another, it somewhat diminishes my view of why we've got 12 memorial oaks at all. My other concern was what was special about the 40th anniversary. We've had various major anniversaries over the years, 25, 50, 60, coming up now, 75, etc. So I'm not quite sure what was special about 40, but that doesn't mean to say that we shouldn't retain the memorial for what the people who planted them and originally intended it. But as we've already heard, obviously the location of these, what I should see is 12 trees together, needs to be sort of researched a bit more to find a place hopefully slightly sheltered. And I guess there may be other means of perhaps planting some more rugged trees as a screen in front of the 12 we want to protect. I don't know. I'm not, as I say, I'm not a tree expert, but I would like to see them preserved. I would like to see a full set of 12. But to me, they are an incidental issue in getting this great project off the ground and getting this ship, getting it approved, getting the lottery funding for it and getting it on the seafront for various generations of people to visit and see what happened at D-Day. Through the last year, I obviously had the benefit as Lord Mayor of going to Caen and visiting the beaches and various other memorial events, and it's still extremely popular and extremely motivating and inspirational to see people come down and visit, and I'm sure there are still 1 or 2 old tank crews who would like to come and visit something like this and bring back their memories. So I'm going to recommend put forward the officer's recommendation for approval for this project. I appreciate there are a couple of things to be ironed out, but I don't think from what I've heard today that we've actually got the time to sit and debate all the various issues that might come up along the way. We need to give these folks a free rein to carry on with the project. We need to give them the ability to move forward, and we can't do that if we want to tie them down to every little detail. And I think with things like the trees, for example, we need to leave it to them and our biological officer to come up with a solution that best represents those trees at a future date. But the project itself is obviously time critical. As soon as they've got our agreement to go forward, they can get on and pursue the project. So I would urge my colleagues to support my the officer's recommendation and pass this today.
Thank you for the proposal. Do we have a seconder? The first person's hand up was Councillor Smith. She is seconding it. Are there any other comments? Any other comments? Councillor Udy, Councillor Stagg, Councillor Smith. Well, Councillor Smith, since you seconded, you go first, and then Councillor Udy, Councillor Stagg.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm also on planning, but I am cabinet member for resources, and memorials come under resources as well. So my issues with the trees, I do leave that to the experts, but it's the sense of the memorial of those trees, and if we can do something to still honour that memorial. Because I think what's important going forward and why I support this project is we have to keep D-Day alive, not just for generations that were there at D-Day, but also the generations coming. And different generations want different things, and I think they want an interactive, and they do like it large, and they do like to sort of clamber over there. And that's why I like this project, and it's making sure that moving forward, we honour what D-Day stood for. So thank you very much.
Councillor Udy.
I did write down a whole speech, but I won't do it all. I just want to say I feel completely honoured to be sat on a planning committee right now that's deciding something as huge as this. I never imagined that it would come down to 6 of us in a room. Is it 6? It is 1, 2, 3, 6 at the moment. And to just decide, like it's a major part of history, and I'm more than happy to support this application. I did have some doubts yesterday when we were at a planning briefing, thinking, could we put it somewhere else? I want to think about the trees, but there is literally, I don't think there's anywhere else we can put this. I really like the design, to be fair, of the canopy. I didn't realise how high it was until we looked at the comparison pictures, so thank you for that, the one next to Clarence Pier, and I was like, thinking about that. But anyway, and I want to echo what Councillor Smith said about keeping this alive for future generations. A lot of people, as I mentioned earlier, are not around to tell their story anymore, and it is our duty to keep on telling that story. And I just feel honoured to be part of this committee. I want to thank everyone who's put their time and effort, Councillor Pitt and all the volunteers, and he's saying 96 at one point, had put forward like help towards this project. And yes, I'm more than happy to support this application. Thanks.
Councillor Stagg.
Yes, like Councillor Moody, I had a few doubts about how it was taking over part of the area, but that is the reality of a landing craft. I mean, if you want to see the reality, there you got it. It was huge. I'm particularly, as you know, I'm a volunteer at the Mary Rose Museum, so the fact that ancient things that are very important to Portsmouth can be conserved and put on display is very, very important, I think. I'm very proud to be a volunteer there. I've been trying to calculate, Councillor Smythe was asking about the shadow. Now, I have O-level maths from many, many years ago, but I'm afraid I've forgotten all about logarithms, but I found this little online calculator. But the results I'm getting vary, all right? From what I can see, when the sun is at its highest in June, and the angle of the sun is 61 degrees, okay, at noon, it's about 15 metres, I think the shadow would be, okay, which is not a huge amount. Obviously, it's going to be much longer in winter because the sun is lower in the sky. But I think that's a fair price to pay. I've got a particular interest in this as well. One of my very good friends, one of my university friends, her father was killed when she was 4 months old at D-Day, and he went on one of these landing craft, and she was very thrilled when I was telling her all about it. She's buying a tablet, to go on it, but she thinks it's a wonderful idea. So I think it's good. Thank you.
Comment from the Chair that what we are doing this afternoon is very important. It is also important that we realise that with the trees and with the fine detail of this memorial, we must allow for a considerable amount of flexibility. We don't know where the 12 trees will be. There may well be problems when bringing that landing craft round, and we may have to tweak this, or the city may have to tweak this a little bit, the whole scheme. I think, however, what is important is that today we give the go-ahead to this scheme and say that the City Council's Planning Committee, on behalf of the City Council, is wholly behind this. And I think this is the feeling I have got from what members have said. I will now take the vote on it. Those in favour of the proposal by Councillor Elcombe, seconded by Councillor Smith, please show. That is wholly unanimous. Thank you very much. We now have to take the vote on the moving of a lamp standard. I will propose that from the Chair. All in favour, please show. Thank you. We have now done that business. Can you, Councillor Pitt, now be called back in by somebody, and we move on to the Queen's Hotel. The Queen's Hotel, we have a question of whether this should be heard in a private session. My suggestion is that so long as no reference is made to particular matters of finance which are not in the public domain, this can be held in open session. Do I have your approval for that? Thank you. Mr. Kalkorkari wishes to make a deputation, although he applied late. I think this is a matter on which a deputation may be of value. And so, Mr. Corkery, will you please come to the table? The officer's introduction, please.
Members, this is a report that's presented to you. As I've set out in the report, an application to vary two legal agreements associated with the 2008 and the 2010 planning permission was due to be considered by the Planning Committee in January. The issue is around viability, and on both the separate applications, the applicants sought to demonstrate that it was no longer viable to deliver the level of affordable housing identified in the Section 106s, and therefore that these needed to be varied. The Council received advice, as is normal practice in this case, from the District Valuer, and the District Valuer advised the Council that there was some ability to make a financial contribution on the second 106, but the first 106 had no viability and therefore couldn't provide any affordable housing. However, members weren't able to make a decision on the application because on the night before committee, the applicant informed the council that they had appealed to the Planning Inspectorate for non-determination. As a committee, we discussed the potential for this appeal some months ago, and the committee indicated to me that they wished, once we had confirmation from the Inspectorate that the appeal was a valid appeal, that I should get a second view on the viability assessment. Several weeks ago, we had notification from the Planning Inspectorate that the appeal had been received and was valid, and as officers, we instructed a second consultant to give us a view on the viability assessments that we'd had put forward in support of the variation of the legal agreements. The consultant confirmed to us last Thursday that, in his view, the sales values that had been used in the viability assessment were less than representative of the South Sea specifically as an area, and therefore, in his opinion, there was more viability in the proposal, and therefore the council did have a case to answer at appeal. So what I'm asking from members this afternoon is for you to confirm to me what decision you would have made had you been in a decision to make a decision on the applications, and therefore confirm to me whether or not you wish the planning authority to defend the appeal against non-determination and say that the viability assessment isn't correct, and that there is more viability in the scheme, and therefore some contribution or affordable housing should be put forward, or whether you don't want me to defend the appeal on behalf of the council and accept the viability assessment that was presented to us as part of the original submission.
I sat on those original planning applications, and I just want guidance as to whether that in any way impacts on me sitting on today's meeting.
I am advised that there is no problem whatsoever, and we would value your input on this. Next, Mr. Corkery, would you care to address committee?
Thank you very much. I'd just like to raise a bit of a question maybe for the committee about, I appreciate that a lot more information has been made available this time to the public than has happened in the past, and hopefully that's indicative of the direction that we're travelling in. But I'm still a little bit curious about why there is certain information when you talk about not making reference to specific financial figures, when it's quite clear, I think, that the council now has policy that information such as that should be made public, and the government has also recently changed its position in terms of recent guidance around the national policy framework that figures should be made available to the public so that proper scrutiny can be made of them. So looking at the viability assessment that was made available, I appreciate there has been one received since then that hasn't necessarily been published. There was a couple of issues that I just wanted to draw out of that. Obviously, one of them was that it was out of date, but then superseded by a more recent report. One of them specifically as well around the valuation of the affordable housing. So within, I think this is a district valuers report, they were saying that we're basing our valuation of any potential affordable housing based on a 70-30 split between affordable rented accommodation and shared ownership, which is in line with the relevant policy PCS 19. However, in practice, what we see in Portsmouth, and my understanding is this is the advice that officers give to potential applicants, is that in reality we see those percentages reversed, and actually of the affordable housing component, it is usually approximately 70% shared ownership and 30% rent. The reason for that is there's a higher return on shared ownership. So it makes it more attractive for social housing providers to come forward with those proposals. However, that then also affects the valuation that you're putting into the viability model. So if in reality it's going to be 70% of shared ownership instead of 30%, that affordable housing then becomes more valuable and obviously changes the dynamics of any viability assessment. So I think that's something that should potentially be considered going forward. And also, as a side part, I would question why we're allowing developers and social housing providers to get around the requirement of the planning policy for it to be 70% rented. Why are we giving them indications that, on the whole, we'll accept a reversal of those percentages if it's not what the policy says? I think it's also necessary, obviously, as committee members, you're here to judge the case on its merits, but I think we need to kind of contextualise it as well and think about the wider picture. And actually, this is part of an agenda in housing and social housing particularly, where Tory governments over the last couple of years have given property developers, wealthy property developers, time and time again, these opportunities to get out of their obligations to the local community. And we've seen it loads of times in Portsmouth, and there's been hundreds of affordable homes potentially lost. Just if you look at Kingston Prison alone, which I was also involved in trying to campaign on a little while ago, was 230 properties were granted planning permission for, of which 30% should be affordable housing. A dodgy viability assessment was brought forwards that no one was allowed to see, and actually it was waved through with 0% affordable housing. Despite, I went back through Freedom of Information and eventually got those viability assessments, and they showed that at least £10 million in profit was going to be made. That was at least, that was based on the dodgy figures within the viability assessment. And that kind of draws on a further weakness, I guess, of the viability assessment model, is that we're building into it assumptions about profit that, in this case, I think it's 18% profit that is going to be made, and that is built into the figures before any viability of affordable housing is looked at. But I think the case is being made by this developer, by this applicant, that it's at least out of the kind of almost being told this out of the goodness of their heart they're doing this. They're not doing this to make profit, they're doing this to preserve a heritage asset in the Queen's Hotel, which is all very well and should be encouraged. But if that is the case, then why are they required to make 18% profit? Why not the lower end of what District Valuer says is normal, 15%, or, I don't know, 10%? It's still millions of pounds, but it frees up a little bit more leeway there for potential affordable housing to be provided, whether that's on-site or off-site. So I guess kind of the main point, I think, is that as a council, representing constituents who are in much need of affordable housing, we've all seen, was it dozens now, the best estimates, the best part of 100 people sleep rough in Portsmouth every night. There are thousands and thousands more who are still homeless, but they're hidden homeless because they're sofa surfing or in temporary accommodation or all forced to stay in unsafe accommodation because there aren't those social housing options out there for them. I think that the facts that we're in the midst of this housing crisis really makes it incumbent on us as constituents and also you as our councillors to be doing everything within your power to ensure that the maximum level of affordable housing is provided in every case. And here is an opportunity to do that. I think we should be holding this developer to account. I think we should be really scrutinising their figures and going back to the Planning Inspectorate, and this is what I would very much encourage you to do, and indicate that there is a willingness here to have a fight over this, for us to really stand up for local people that are in desperate need of affordable housing and hold them to account on their proposals. So that's what I'd encourage you to do today. Thank you.
I made it about 5 minutes and 58 seconds. Right. Members' questions. Councillor Elcombe.
Thank you, Chair. Mrs Upton-Brown, in your presentation you said the new viability study showed there was an increased level of viability in it. Do we know, because I missed the briefing, whether that is now sufficient for a contribution to be made or not?
So just to confirm, the new consultant looked at the viability assessments that had previously been assessed by the district valuer. There is a question which isn't for committee this afternoon, but it will be for the planning inspectorate, as to whether or not he feels he can make a decision going forward based on those viability assessments, because they are quite old now, and the normal advice is sort of after about 3 months plus the viability assessments sort of cease to be as relevant because they become out of date quite quickly. But that's for the inspector to now decide. So in terms of the second opinion, the consultant advised us, and within the briefing, that he thinks that the sales values, there are comparables within Southsea that would give a much higher sales value than the one that was in the viability assessment. There is a piece of work that now needs to be done to support us through that appeal to look at what those figures might actually be. So I'm not in a position to say to you this afternoon, and the figure is. So that will be the work that we'll need to do going forward to support the appeal, subject to the inspector accepting the viability assessments that we've got as being sufficient for him to begin to make a decision on them.
Okay. Well,
I'm bemused.
yes.
But the appeal was against non-determination. We're still not going to determine it. The planning inspector is. Your only remit from us is whether we fight it or not. And I guess the issue for me is I don't know what to tell you to do if I don't know whether we stand a chance of winning or not.
So the advice from the second consultant is that there is more viability in the project than the viability assessments is there, which means that there would be a reason to, if we were in an application situation, there would be a reason to go back to the applicant and say there's more profit there, and therefore the council's view is that the contribution should be more than the district valuer had advised in January.
Sorry guys, one more. So the decision as to whether, if there, sorry, I'll wait for a second. So the decision over what form any affordable housing would take will be taken by the planning inspector as part of his adjudication, because my mind is racing back to the two previous applications I sat on where one of them was to build a separate block purely for people for the affordable housing element. I don't know whether that was still part of the application, but we wouldn't have any input into whether that's the way to go or not. It would just be a question of the planning inspector basically telling us what we've got to have.
Yeah, it would be for the inspector to look at the two legal agreements that exist, the form they take relating to both the schemes, and then come to a conclusion as to the level of viability that exists, and therefore the level of affordable housing that should either be provided within the scheme or in the form of a contribution, and that will be his consideration as part of the appeal process.
All right, thank you. So the risk for the council is we lose and we get a fine for not proceeding with the case. Is that's the only risk to the council?
Right, the risk to the council, if we're in an appeal situation, so yeah, we could end up, if you were saying to me today that I should write to the inspectorate saying, actually the committee were minded to approve this application, then there would be a risk associated with that in terms of the potential for the appellants trying to say they're wasting time and money. So that's one option, or if we go forward with an appeal, there is still a risk around the robustness of our evidence and the position that then puts us in terms of the outcome of the appeal. But in terms of an award of costs, we're saying that we feel that there is something that we can sensibly put forward in front of an inspector to argue the appeal, and therefore we are not behaving unreasonably in saying no to something when we haven't got any evidence whatsoever to back our saying no.
I think it is incumbent upon the Chair to make a proposal at this stage. And then I will ask for any other comments and any other suggestions. I would propose that we decline to enter into a deed of variation for both planning permissions and state to the inspector that this would have been our decision, and it is based upon our belief that there is a potential for a much higher contribution to be made on the basis of current values as defined by our consultants. And I would propose that from the Chair. I don't need a seconder for that, but I would welcome any further contributions from members before I put it to the vote. Councillor Stagg.
Can we, if we say a contribution of X amount, and the developer says, no, I'm not going to pay that, can we argue about that?
That's part of the appeal hearing. So both sides will present evidence to an inspector, and subject to the inspector being satisfied that he can have a hearing based on the viability assessment, then there'll be a hearing where both sides will put their arguments forward. Members of the public can choose to attend, and the inspector may let them also put arguments forward, and the inspector will challenge some of those questions, assumptions and so forth to inform his decision-making of the appeal.
You're still stuck with somebody else making a decision, not us.
That's right. Legally, we cannot make a decision as a council. It is with the inspectorate now to make a decision.
However, what we have to do is to tell the inspector what would have been our decision, which is why I preface that with that we decline to enter into a deed of variation. Councillor Smythe.
I think that's a very good proposal, and I'm glad that Councillor Mason was able to put it forward as chair. I do think, if you think about it, it's approximately 30 flats. There should have been 10 affordable dwellings there. the sum that you identified before wouldn't have paid for 10 dwellings almost anywhere in Portsmouth. And I think we absolutely must stick to our policies for putting affordable housing in sizable developments. And it's particularly important to do so in St Jude, where there is very little affordable social housing and where there's a large number of people living on very low incomes who are very poorly housed, either in unsatisfactory HMOs and other things within St Jude, or sofa surfing and so on. They don't get paid very much when you're a waiter in a cafe or restaurant, of which there are many there. So I really do think that we should stick to our own policies and absolutely push for the highest possible contribution here.
Councillor Udi.
Hi. So this is the 4th planning meeting that I've sat on since I've been here, and so far we're running at the 3rd planning meeting where a section 106 has come in. Yes. So shall we think back to late last year where I spoke at my first ever council meeting, not as a councillor but giving a deputation on a motion that went in from the Liberal Democrats, am I right, over about robustness of viability assessments and getting independent auditors in. Well, we're in this position now, and we can say that actually at this moment we think that we can actually claim back more viability. Since in my past life, before I became a councillor, when I was campaigning on things like this, I've certainly learnt a lot more about 30% being the top window, and how I think it is our job as councillors to push as hard as we can to get as much as humanly possible out of this, because we need to house people, and we're struggling. We're really struggling in Portsmouth. Another fact is that I really don't like being held to ransom over the fact that the Queen's Hotel redevelopment of the site might not take place over the fact that this is happening. And I don't think that's very fair to do this, to put that placement on us, because it makes us look awful from a point of view that might be reported in the media. But at the same time, if you think back to the planning meeting, not the last one, the one before, where viability assessment came in with the hotel development, our developers now coming in with a business case with like a little hotel side development or like a shopping centre or whatever, and then saying, oh, we've been housing, but that might not be affordable anymore, so we can't do anything. We can't give you the housing that you want. And this is what's really winding me up, and I hope that we can go forward as I'm just going to wind on for ages now, sorry. I hope we can go forward as a planning committee to keep on. I know it's like 5:30, I might be able to meet people, I might be able to actually pick up my daughter from nursery today, so that's good. But I think we're here to keep on what the council agreed I think it was November, about getting independent assessors in. I know the policy framework is changing all the time, and we're trying to keep on top of stuff, and we're being almost held to ransom over saying appeal fees as a council, but I think we just need to push it, and we need housing. And I hope that the developers will see that we're just passionate about Portsmouth, like I hope they are too, because they're for me. Right, cheers.
Right, just a comment from me. After 14 years on this committee, we have been told many times it's this or nothing. And there are many times we've decided we'll call their bluff, it will be nothing. This is what this committee is about. It is about being independent. Councillor Pitt, and then Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Chair. I spent 2 days of my life trawling through this viability assessments before the applicant went running off to Bristol, and something which I found incredibly frustrating at the time and still find incredibly frustrating now, as I'm sure all my colleagues do. And the great thing about planning is that you're not just bound by the contents of the report. You can go and do your own research based on the contents of the report, and find out if everything that's in it is factually accurate. And the viability assessment rang alarm bells from the very second I first looked at it. I raised those concerns at the briefing meeting which we had before it was due to come to committee. Unfortunately, that was the last opportunity any elected member of Portsmouth City Council had the opportunity to express an opinion on it, because it disappeared overnight and went to Bristol. but one thing that research flagged up to me was that when anyone does a valuation on viability, what they do is they take the first part of the postcode, and then they take the number from the second part of the postcode, and they come up with the average values of properties within that. So if we were to look at Old Commercial Road, where you will find Charles Dickens' birthplace and some rather beautiful Georgian houses, they are surrounded by some much less valuable properties, more recent council flats and modern builds. So it would be utterly ridiculous to say that the price of the properties in Old Commercial Road would be the equivalent of taking all the houses in that area up for sale and averaging them out. That is not realistic, nor is it realistic to say that somebody who lives in a 4-storey converted house in Elphinstone Road, for example, which is now 4 or 5 flats, or sometimes 6 flats, and we all know where the various bells are hidden all over the place. They're a bit of a rabbit warren down there. It bears any correlation whatsoever to a modern 2-bedroom apartment with a balcony and a sea view and its own bespoke car parking space. So although the frustration then is that the way that viability assessment are traditionally put together along that average house price for the area model is that it's difficult to argue with them. However, it appears that partly due to amendments in the legislation and partly due to us finding a particularly able consultant on this occasion, we may be able to challenge that. And that may, just may, set a precedent for this council to finally get justice for the people who live here and make sure that we hold developers to account and that they deliver the housing contributions they should be delivering and not the housing contributions that they want to deliver. So I'm delighted that you've made that proposal from the Chair. I agree, as Carol already knows, with most of what he said today, because we've had many conversations about these matters, and whilst I've always been able to sit here and take the case on its merits on the day, the more of these things you see, the more questions you ask about them. So I wish our consultant and our officers all the best in Bristol if that's what the committee decides, and I think we've got every chance of winning.
I've made a proposal. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Sarah. My apologies, I forgot.
That's all right, thanks, Chair. I just want to sort of support the motion that's been sort of put anyway. We did have an independent review, and it has said that there's more room in that viability study in the scheme, and the sales values were less. But I just want to add a little bit of a caveat on that support. And it's only because I get very cross when people say affordable housing and social housing in the same breath, because it's two different things. And if you take the Queen's development, affordable housing to them isn't affordable housing to me or most people in Portsmouth. So when we say we want an affordable part of that development, that has to mean something. So sometimes I'd rather take extra money, the SIL money, to build social housing, because that's what we need, is social housing. So you have my full support, but it's making sure that we use that money wisely that comes out that. It's too low, and that's why we should decline this with the full force of going to the planning inspectorate and appealing and saying enough is enough, and these developers need to be sent a message. But I want social housing, not affordable housing.
Now I feel satisfactory to put it to the vote. Those in favour of my proposal, please show. That is unanimous. Thank you very much. That concludes this afternoon's entertainment. Thank you for the courtesy which you have shown to the Chair.